I will call the October 5th, 2009 meeting of the Anchorage Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Will the secretary call the roll, please?
Rick Morrison. Here. Nancy Pease. Here. Jim Frederick.
Here.
Connie Yoshimura. Tony Jones.
Here.
Art Isham.
Here.
John Weddleton.
Here.
Bruce Phelps. Stacy Dean.
Here. We have a quorum. Okay. The next item on our agenda is a resolution.
Disclosures, Madam Chair.
Oh, disclosures. Thank you, Mr. Isham. I need new glasses. They're on the way.
Ms. Pease, do you have anything to disclose this evening?
Nothing.
Mr. Frederick? Nothing. Okay, Ms. Jones?
Nothing.
Ms. Dean?
Nothing. Nothing.
Okay, Mr. Morrison? Nothing. Mr. Weddleton?
Two small things. One, since we're doing Chapter 14, I did get some emails from Bobby Wells from the Birchwood, and I handed out at our last meeting some comments from her, and those will be brought up. And then when we look at the item on the sign ordinance, I spoke with a person who is a professional surveyor to get some information that I'll also bring up.
Will you be disclosing that information you got from the professional surveyor to the commission?
Right, I will.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, and I have nothing.
Okay. Something did just catch my eye. The matter G2 that's going to be postponed till November, I will be declaring a conflict on that when it comes up. So just to
I'll keep that in mind.
Keep that in mind. Okay. And, yeah, I think that was the only thing. And I did get a call from someone about the definition of residential, multifamily, commercial, but it had to do with the refuse part of the ordinance. And I tried to clarify, that for them, but didn't have any discussion. Particular discussion.
Madam Chair, Mr. Phelps just came in. Mr. Phelps, do you have anything to declare this evening? No. Disclosures. Thank you.
And we'll note Mr. Phelps is here for the record. Okay, now I can move on to our resolution for approval. It's D1A. Yes, consent agenda approval. Is there a motion? A motion would be in order.
I entered one.
Yes, you're in the queue. And Mr. Isham has seconded. Are there any changes?
I have a small.
Okay.
On point 7, probably just to put it into context, I don't, the point that it outlines was made, but it doesn't fit in as relevant with the discussion, so I'd recommend wording. It says the resulting decrease in industrial land is not significant, to start that point, and then the existing first sentence says the 2009 Anchorage Industrial Land Assessment, and after that I would add suggested an impending shortage of industrial land, comma, and then continue report looked at privately owned land, etc.
Okay.
Do you have any objection to?
Could you just restate that?
Okay. I will read it as I would rewrite the first sentence, which is already quite long. So I would have it say, the resulting, the resulting decrease in industrial land is not significant, period. The 2009 Anchorage Industrial Land Assessment suggested an impending shortage of industrial land, comma, the report looked at privately owned land but did not include public or quasi-public landowners in either the vacant or underutilized industrial land supply.
Did you check the minutes to see if that was part of the discussion?
I think it explains why that point was brought up. I don't know if that exact wording was in there, but otherwise this point kind of sits there in a vacuum, like why is this even brought up? So the wording just presents it that way. I don't know if that's the exact wording though.
Is there any, Mr. Isham, do you have any objection?
Well, the only thing I would want to make sure that we cross-checked the minutes to make sure that, in fact, that, I sort of conditionally approve it or something like that. But we want to make sure that it's what we truly said, and not something that we made up after the fact.
We can't alter what we've said into the record, Mr. Frederick. Would you conditionally approve if that's in the minutes?
I would. I think I agree with John's sense that it needs some context, and it ought to have been reflected in the discussion at some point. But yes,
Okay.
yeah.
I have a sense that there is some measure of urgency with getting this approved. So would you, first of all, let me ask, is there any other objection or any other proposed changes? Would the commission have any objection to me signing the last page subject to staff checking on number 7? Do I have anybody here from the physical, from the land use part? I don't. I have nobody. Okay, I'm not going to sign it then. We can approve it conditionally, but I'm not going to sign it. If they need it signed in an emergency, somebody will have to bring it to me. Okay. I asked if there was any objection. Is there any objection? There's no objection. Conditionally, subject to number 7 being confirmed, otherwise it will be approved as it stands, as presented. All right, moving on the agenda, we are now at E, unfinished business, which is 2007-153, the Title 21 rewrite, Chapter 14, definitions. The public hearing is closed, and we are now at deliberation time.
I'd like to make a motion to change the agenda.
To change the agenda. Okay.
If I get a second, then we can.
All right. I see I've got Ms. Pease in the queue to make a motion and Mr. Isham as a seconder. So,
Madam Chair, I probably was going to make the same motion Commissioner Weddleton was, which was to change the agenda and try to dispose of case G1 as a courtesy to public participants.
okay.
Sorry, Mr. Weddleton. Go ahead and state it.
Well, same thing. We have a number of points. I have a number of points on Chapter
Okay.
14. I think it would be painful for the people in the audience.
I concur.
But they'll probably stay, I think.
Okay. Then your motion is?
Well, I move to change the agenda so that G1 follows the
Consent agenda?
E items.
D1, okay.
What do we have? Oh, I'm sorry. So E follows the G items.
Right, the G1 and G3.
And 4.
G1 through G4. Okay. Is there any objection? Hearing none, those items are changed, and item E will move to the end of the agenda. So now we'll let our secretary get her electronics rescheduled. All right, G1, case number 2009-109. The petitioner is Dirk Shoemaker, and the request is an amendment for a conditional use for a daycare center. Could we have the staff presentation, please?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Pages 9 and 10 of the packet show the overall site plan and landscape plan. Page 11 shows the actual daycare, the proposed changes to the daycare to increase its size. Kids Core Head Start existed in this location within an I-1 district as a permitted use for many years. The Assembly adopted an ordinance that made daycares a conditional use in the I-1 district. That was in 2005. That is to say that the daycare was allowed as a permitted use. It was changed to make it a conditional use in 2005. Therefore, the daycare existed as a de facto permitted use, sort of grandfathered as an allowed use. Kids Core is now seeking approval to double in size from 20 students to 40 students or children, and they will increase the size of the daycare moving into the next door unit. So it'll increase in size from 1,736 square feet to 3,757 square feet. The traffic department has no issues with access or parking. None of the other agencies have any issues or objections. It's sort of a technicality that the applicant needs to apply for an amendment to their de facto conditional use for a daycare. Planning feels that the change is so small that there is no need to give them require any additional conditions or requirements upon them. The department recommends approval of the amendment to a de facto conditional use permit stated on page 8 of the packet. Thank you.
Other questions of staff? Mr. Weddleton?
It said in the packet that this property was rezoned in 2006 to I-1. Why did that happen? And what was it before I-1? That's on page 19.
I think you stumped me a little bit. I think that they might have confused. I know what they're referring to. They're calling it a rezone when the Assembly adopted a change to the I-1 district. This has been an I-1 district. I think that they just simply the ordinance that made them a conditional use rather than a permitted use. I think that's what they're referring to.
Well, that's what I thought. Yeah, but
Does that answer your question?
That's good. Thank you.
Any further questions for Mr. McLaughlin? Apparently not. I will open the public hearing and invite the petitioner or its representative to come forward. And you have 10 minutes for your presentation. You may reserve some of your time for rebuttal if you'd like. And if you would please state your name for the record.
Sure. My name is Dirk Shoemaker. I'm Executive Director for Kids Core Head Start. And thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Commission. Just wanted to add to the staff testimony just briefly. Kids Core Head Start is a 501c3. We operate Head Start in Anchorage at 8 locations now, one of which is at 3350 Commercial Drive. As some of you probably know, there is a direct correlation between socioeconomic status and educational achievement. That's why Head Start exists, is to address the gap that exists for children who live in poverty that exists when they enter kindergarten. And so we provide a comprehensive child development program, and the point is to address those needs of children in poverty so that they have a greater chance of success when they enter school. So I would just add that We've been at 3350 Commercial Drive for 8 years. That is a Success by 6 building, and known as a Success by 6 building. It's a United Way-owned facility. So our use is consistent with the use of all the other tenants in the building. They're our community partners and are associated in some way with early learning and early education. I would point out in your packet we have letters from the tenants there that support what we're doing, as well as a letter from the Mountain View Community Council and from the representative Max Greenberg. Their support comes from their understanding of the need for services for low-income families, especially in the area of child care and early learning. So I guess I would just, in conclusion, summarize that our use and our application for conditional use represents a continuation of something we've been doing for 8 years that has community support and meets a community need. It doesn't displace any business or industrial use. It has the support of the tenants. And it's really going to have, again, a very modest impact on the facility and the building. So, thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Frederick has a question for you.
Sure. Thank you. Through the chair, Mr. Shoemaker, just a curiosity, I guess. Will the 20 additional students that you'll be able to serve, will that be an incremental increase in the number of students that Kids Corps will be serving, or will you be moving them from other facilities to perhaps a more convenient location?
That's a good question, and we have applied for a grant to expand services, so these would be new children. And our project that we've envisioned, that we've applied for, Crossroads School for Parenting Teens, is located in the same site. So these are teen parents who are working on their high school education. They bring their children to school with them until the children get to be 6 months old, at which point it's not possible for them to be in class. And at that point, they have to find care for their children while they're in school, and as a result, 50% of them drop out. We think by having an early Head Start facility right there on site where they can bring their children, that's going to really address that and hopefully increase the retention rate of those students, as well as provide services for 20 more children there. That's it.
Well, I'm pleased to hear that you'll be serving more.
Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Morrison.
Still in training here. By adding the additional 20 positions, do you have people waiting for that now? Will that be consumed very quickly, or kind of what's your workload at this point?
Yes. We've been having trouble filling the slots. I think there will need to be some renovations on the classroom, the prospective classroom, and that'll take some time. It'll take some time to train staff and hire staff, but we would like to have services delivered by March 2010.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Are there further questions from the Commission? Apparently not. You do have rebuttal time left.
And I'd like to just also introduce Ray Roundtree from Buttersworth North, who worked on some of the project for some technical information.
Yes.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioner. I guess I would just like to say I'm here for questions. We've worked closely with staff to work through all the issues that are in your packet, and if you have questions, I'm here to answer them. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bettisworth. Are there any questions for Mr. Bettisworth? Apparently not at this time. Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this matter? Anyone at all? Seeing and hearing no one, is there anything else that the petitioners would like to say? No? I'm seeing a nod of the head and being no. Ms. Dean, did you have a question?
I apologize, through the chair. I actually had a question for staff.
Okay, then let me close the hearing. I'll close the hearing so the matter rests with the Commission. Ms. Dean, you can go ahead and ask staff your question.
Through the chair, my one question is on page 1. It says Department Recommendation Summary Approval with Conditions. I didn't find any conditions. Did I miss that?
No, you're correct. Their staff made an error in writing that.
The condition is on page 8, and it's just for approval. There are no separately delineated conditions.
Just want to make sure I didn't miss any.
Yes. So, I'm ready for a motion. And I have one from Ms. Pease, seconded by Mr. Isham.
In the matter of case 2009-109, I move for approval.
Okay, do you wish to speak to your motion?
Yes, the use of this building at 3350 Commercial Drive as a expanded child care center is consistent with the other tenants in the building, as we heard in testimony and as evidenced by the letters in our packet. There are almost no changes to the exterior of the building except for a small additional play space. Basically, the change is in square footage, but not in the type of use, and it's a small change in square footage on the order of 2,000 square feet. So in terms of this application appears to easily meet the conditional use standards of 2150.020 and 2150.150. I think the Kids Corps and Head Start have a strong reputation in the community. Their work is very socially beneficial, and it's exciting to see this expansion.
Okay. Are there any others that wish to speak to the motion? I will offer a couple of comments. I know that part of the United Way's focus this year is on 3 areas. One is income, one is health, and one is education. And one of the prongs of education is the younger population, and this fits right in with that goal for our community. And it fits in, I think, with a lot of the social goals that the municipality has adopted. And this is an ideal location for those services to be offered. And I'm not surprised the spaces will be full the day you open the expansion. Is there any objection to the motion? Hearing none, it is approved. Okay, moving on. We are now, G2 was postponed till November 2nd. That is the application of Centex Surveying in Raspberry Center. That has been postponed. Now we're at case number G3, which is 2009-126. The petitioner is Lumen Design and Build, LLC, and it's a request to rezone 6.955 acres from PLI lands to B3SL. Is that, you don't have that? Oh, it's postponed? On my agenda, it doesn't show postponed. You've got a later agenda. Okay, that's postponed, so I won't. This is the one that came in my packet. Sorry about that. Yeah. Well, a later blue one? No, it's probably one that's under this. It is. No, it doesn't say postponed. Possibly in an email. Okay. Case number G4, municipality, the 2009-111, and the petitioner is the municipality of Anchorage for an ordinance amending Anchorage Municipal Code, Chapter 2147, to add a new section 2147-115, procedures and standards for a sign variance, and amending Anchorage Municipal Code sections 2130, 180 to establish a procedure for appeals. Could we have the staff presentation for that?
Thank you, Madam Chair. New sign regulations were approved in 2003, Under these regulations, the Urban Design Commission was granted authority to grant variances to the sign regulations, but the sign regulations did not include language pertaining to procedures and standards for evaluating the merits of a request for a variance, nor did the sign regulations include an appeals procedure. The amendment to the ordinance before you tonight attempts to rectify this matter. Commissioner Weddleton contacted me last week with some questions and recommendations for some changes to the sign ordinance, and we discussed these, and I have those for you. Tonight there are two changes. The first one's on page 4 of your packet. It's number 5. I'll read it as it in its changed form. An as-built survey or plot plan shall be drawn to scale, be clear, legible, show all structures existing on site at the time of application that are relevant to the determination of its sign standards. New sentence, this includes primary and secondary street frontages, easements, height of any relevant structures, 30 inches or more above ground, and show detailed dimensions of the item for which relief is sought. And the second change is on page 6 of your packet. It's number 1 at the top of the page. And it's the insertion of one word. It reads, the Urban Design Commission shall conduct an inquiry to determine whether all the standards for issuance of the variance are, and this is the insertion of the word, are substantially met. It's the word substantially that is added. And that's to make it consistent with number C on the previous page, page 5. And the last sentence of the two sentences in C says the application shall state with particularity the relief sought and specify the facts or circumstances showing the application substantially meets the following standards. So that, to make those two consistent. And that's all that I have.
Okay. Ms. Pease.
Yes, first I wanted to just clarify, the first changes that you read, were those to number 5 on page 4 of our packet?
Yes, number 5 for number 4, page 4 of the packet, number 5.
Thank you. And then, through the chair, I had a question. On page 5 of our packet, item C1, which says that if there are special conditions peculiar to the land involved that deprive the property owner of the ability to display signs, a variance might be granted. Does this open the door for off-site sign placement?
Through the chair, Ms. Pease, no, it doesn't. What is meant there are issues regarding the topography of the site. Say it's, the property is in a depression and it can't be seen from the road very easily, or the opposite, it's up very high from the road, or there's a large rock outcrop there, but it pertains to the characteristics of the land itself.
Okay. Would the staff consider changing the word depriving to the word compromising? Because this, to me, as written, if you deprive something, you take it all away. And so I would not want C1 to be interpreted that if you can show that you can't display any signs, you can apply to have an off-site placement.
Through the chair, Ms. Pease, depriving is a word that's commonly used in variances. You can see it's used in number 2 as well. Deprives the property owner of rights commonly enjoyed by other properties. It's a condition that's commonly used, and without some further study, I would be hesitant to change the language.
All right, then just to try to finish up with this question, what would back up your interpretation that an applicant couldn't seek through this variance an off-site advertising situation?
Off-premise signs are illegal under the code, and so just they could not seek a off-premise sign. It's prohibited in the sign code.
So therefore, a variance is for the dimensions, placement, other than on-site placement, right, and not for, okay. Yeah, I guess I'll accept that explanation. Nothing further.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton.
Excuse me, while we're on C1, but when I read that, it seems like it ends abruptly. It says depriving the property owner of the ability to display signs. And I would propose adding to that signs that meet the goals of the sign ordinance. Would that be a more complete thought there?
Through the chair, Mr. Weddleton, I would suggest that it's evident in there that they would have to meet the conditions of the sign code. I don't know that it's necessary to add the additional language.
Okay.
Okay.
Seems to dangle to me, but I suppose maybe it is repetitive and redundant.
Hey, Mr. Isham.
Through the chair for staff, what is the definition of substantially, since we're using it twice in here?
Through the chair, Mr. Isham, that's a good question, and I don't know that I'm able to answer it. The background, and this is something that Mr. Weddleton and I had talked about also, and I gave him the background on that language change at that time, and I'll do it for the commission here tonight. But the Zoning Board of Examiners and Appeals hear all variances. In fact, I think sign standards are the only variance type that they don't hear. But it was about a year to 2 years ago that they decided to change the language in their request for variance under these same conditions. They receive a lot of variances that when they have to strictly look at these 6 standards, they find themselves not able to grant a variance but they see themselves but there are many situations where they don't really see that it would be harmful to the public welfare, et cetera, if they were to grant the variance, but the variance before them doesn't strictly meet these 6 variances, so they find themselves in a position of having to deny the variance request. So they wanted to change their ordinance that they work with to insert the word substantially meets. And so that an ordinance went through and the Assembly agreed, and that's now code. And so when I was writing this, I was encouraged to also include the word substantially for the same reasons, to give the Commission a little bit of flexibility.
Okay, thank you. Did you have a follow-up question?
Sort of a follow-up to that. But right now, there's no way. So I guess there's variances still happening right now, and this doesn't create the ability to have variances. This creates the ability for people to appeal the results of the decision of the Urban Design Commission. Is that correct?
Well, what it does is that UDC was given authority to grant variances, but there was no language on which the UDC should judge whether or not a variance that comes before them. There were no criteria on which to judge it by, and so we came up with these six criteria to judge them by, because they didn't exist previously. If you look in the code, there's nothing there to guide them. And so this was given to them to guide them in making a decision that these are the standards it would have to meet. And likewise, there's nothing that addressed the appeals procedure, where it should go. And so that's been addressed here in this ordinance amendment also.
Okay, could you run over where it substantially originated from in regards to the UDC? Explain that to me again.
So I'm not sure I understand your question.
Well, you said that they put something in their wording so that they started using the term substantially meets the standard, or did they ask that be included in this particular amendment?
No, they didn't ask for the word substantially meets. It was already added in there when I wrote this, and it was based on an ordinance amendment that ZEBA had changed to suit their needs, and we thought when we were writing this for the UDC, since nothing existed previously, that we would also be consistent and use the same language.
Okay. I misunderstood you. I didn't pick up the ZEBA part of the thing.
Okay. Any further questions? I don't see anyone in the queue. I will open the public hearing and invite anyone that would like to testify to come forward. If you're representing a group, you have 5 minutes. If you're speaking as an individual, you have 3 minutes.
Just myself, just representing myself.
Okay.
My name is Jack Shockley, Jr. I'm the owner of Broadway Sign Company in Anchorage. And I'm kind of concerned the language that she wants to put in here sounds very restrictive. And I have been through the variance process before, and it is an extremely difficult process just to begin with. I'm not talking about an expensive process. I think I put down $1,500 to have this group here in mind, and even though the answer was yes for mine, it could have been just as easy no. I would have lost money and I would have been hit. I'm hoping any language that is governing this body here is not very restrictive, because in my mind, this body is the common sense approach to what is happening in the real world. We have a sign ordinance, and a lot of it is very restrictive. Things like background has to be darker than the text is just one of them. It's the gray areas that people like yourselves need to realize that if there's a 50-foot tree standing in front of a sign, that the owner of the store may want that removed. And the municipality with their rules are saying, no, that's part of the green easement, it's got to stay there. And this group could possibly say that tree could be removed. So please, whatever the language is guiding you, keep it very open and very vague so that common sense can prevail, because this is the last chance for anybody that's trying to get something done. Two, the language that you came up with drawing all the landscapes and the easements and how many buildings and sheds, I noticed was not tied to a specific code. So if I wanted to get a variance for a very small wall sign on the side of my building, the municipality would like me to go ahead and put all the easements in, put all the trees in, presume hire an architect to draw all this stuff together. When they come up with these codes to tie to the sign ordinance, we would really love them to be specific about what code they're tying it to, because I don't think we need to draw a plat and show the building and show the parking lot and things like that if we just want to change a wall sign or something along those lines. It doesn't sound very restrictive until you get to the counter where they're authorizing your permit, and they go to the harder line of what the code says, not the softer line. It is always the harder line. Thank you for your time.
Okay, just a moment. We have some questions for you, sir. Ms. Dean?
Through the chair, thank you for coming. I have a sign for my own business that wasn't put up very long ago, and I did have to use a colored background versus a white background. So I'm really aware of the sign ordinance. It was an interesting experience because we had to change some of the colors for our business in order to make that function.
Yes.
Now, this particular paperwork that we're looking at tonight is changing the procedures, amending the procedures for standards for obtaining variances. Do you have any problems with this paperwork that we're looking at tonight? Have you read this particular part?
No, ma'am. I'm actually in the sign business, and I was notified today that this will be occurring. If nobody you notice there's no other sign companies here. I learned less than 4 hours ago that this was going to happen. And thank God it wasn't eliminating this variance process, because then it got gone, and you would have woke up tomorrow and was like, whoa, amazing. It all changed. Unfortunately, sign companies are not being notified on any changes to the sign permit. I have to go once a month to see if any changes were made to the sign ordinance. Unlike construction, people like Hickle and News and these people that are getting updates saying, you can't bury your conduit 6 inches in the ground anymore. We don't get updates like that.
Do you have a surveyor, through the chair, do you have a surveyor that you work with to do your plot plans ever? Do you ever put those together for your permits?
No, ma'am. What happens is this. A lot of our buildings here in town are from the 40s and 50s, right? And there is no plat. The closest thing to any good drawing is down at the municipality at the right of way where they actually show the utility lines that nobody can get in. Other than that, no, there's no plat. People don't have plats. And I've ran into it a lot more than once. And as much as people, you've been through the sign situation, you know the expense of it. Last week, I sold an installation for a sign. The installation was $285. The permit was $712.
And through the chair, I do agree. Sign permits are expensive. Permits in general have skyrocketed in the last 3 years, just skyrocketed enormously. It is, and to get a variance or anything, all those fees, the replat fees, everything has just.
And they want everything registered now,
Absolutely. I'm a general contractor, and I run up against all kinds of issues related to permitting right now that have gotten extreme.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Weddleton has a question for you.
Yeah, a couple little things. Thanks for coming. One thing that was proposed that is not in what was handed out, but was to add some wording regarding the as-built and the plot plan. And that is the phrase that you would show all structures existing on the site at the time of application, and this is a new wording, that are relevant to the determination of the sign standards. So instead of having to do as-built or plot for the entire lot, you could just do the front lot lines and building where it's relevant. Would that help you out?
I was wondering who decides that. In other words, I can understand a plot for if you're putting up a monument sign, a pole sign, because that would be relevant, parking lot. It falls back to 1.7 or 0.7 times the linear foot, traffic flow, things along that line. Yes, yeah. Small building sign, it's... If you say it's required, you notice it didn't tie into freestanding signs on excuse me for a second, I'm trying to find the code here. That's all. It wasn't tied into a code specific. In other words, a plat for a monument sign, we have to produce one. We have to do a drawing. And a lot of times you'll find us out there measuring from the curb back to the building and where the lanes are and things along that line. Go down to the municipality to get billboard maps and say, okay, what the building's like right here. It's very expensive to get an architect involved in drawing the whole lot. not on top of a variance permit. $3,000, that may not seem like a lot of money to a lot of people, but that's a lot of money to me. And I understand the process that you have to have the information to make the right decision. These codes need to be tied back to specific codes. So freestanding signs in B3, freestanding signs in RO. In other words, yes, supply a plat for that. They need to be very specific about what they're doing. These general rules that are backgrounds darker than the text type rules, they hurt. They really tie the hands of people. It doesn't seem like much, but I can't put a purple lettering on a black background. Even though it completely complies with what the municipality wants, it's still against code. I'm just hoping that, especially this group, when I got my variance, it would have cost me about $40,000 out of my pocket if I wouldn't have got my variance. So spending money, oops, I'm there. There's a lot of people that can't do that, and I was very thankful that I had the opportunity to have somebody listen to reason and understand what I was trying to do.
Okay. Thank you. I want to ask staff a question. Has this already been noticed at the assembly or introduced at the assembly level? Ms. Ferguson?
Ms. Jones, I'm not certain whether or not it has been noticed to the assembly at this time.
Okay. This will, if it's passed here this evening, it will require another public hearing before it's adopted. We only have the power to make recommendations on ordinances to the municipal assembly. It's the municipal assembly that holds and they will hold another hearing on this, and then they're the ones that have the power to adopt it and make it be law, with however they, if they adopt it and what it says. So it's very important that you watch for that and watch for upcoming assembly agendas so that you can go to the hearing and express your desires then, and also on the assembly's agenda that's posted you can get to it through the assembly page, and if you can't find it, call a municipal clerk's office and they will show you how to get it. And you can download it off of their website, and it'll give you the specific ordinance and their language of it. So you can just print it out on your computer. Okay, I've got a couple more questions here. Mr. Morrison.
I have a question for Jack, and I have a question for staff. Also, is that the proper way to do that?
Yes.
Okay. I guess one of the questions I have is, are you aware of anybody in the sign industry being notified of any changes in here, and so they could give input on how it would affect this particular part of the process?
No.
And then I guess my question for staff is there any provision to seek input from the sign industry or from the people who maybe be some users to get input prior to what the process is before the recommendations are made?
Through the chair, Mr. Morrison, no, there is no provision to to contact the sign industry on this one. We went through our normal notice procedure that we do for any case that appears before the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Weddleton, and then Ms. Dean, were you back in the queue again? Okay, because I accidentally erased you, but Mr. Weddleton's been in for a long time, so you can go again.
Just a couple points. One is there's a thing online called Cases Online, and you can get an email for any change in Title 21, which could help you. I would also point out on this that this was passed by the UDC a year and a half ago, so it's not a front burner issue. And it wouldn't bother me to leave the public hearing open and get some more information from people closely involved with the sign industry. There's a lot of details in here that I think we should look at carefully.
Okay, just a second. Okay, Ms. Dean.
I would like to clarify on, through the chair, as-built and plot plans and what those costs are generally. It's a generalization in residential, a plot plan or an as-built from a surveyor that's stamped is going to cost $300 to $500, and that's very basic. They're looking usually at a previous one and just updating it. To have a full boundary survey, you're looking in the realm of $5,000 in residential. If you're in commercial, you're going to spend at least $1,000 on a basic as-built. If you go into a full boundary survey for commercial, anything's possible depending on the size of the property.
Mr. Isham.
Madam Chair, just a comment that we're really not, I don't think, reopening the entire sign ordinance here. That was dealt with in 2003. All we're really trying to do is come up with a way that people can get variances and put appeals in. And so I think we need to concentrate on that. And I'd like to point out that a variance is asking for permission to do something that's not allowed by the code. And that shouldn't be an easy thing.
Okay, Mr. Morrison.
Working on the sign ordinance in the past, it's a very emotional, difficult process. And when we went through this, and I was involved in this over 10 years ago, and then went through some revisions here a few years ago. It's very difficult, and it's a lot of rough territory to tread through. And I guess the concern that I have, and I think I'd probably agree with staff, we need to define what the process is for variances, and I think it's something that's very important. But it can be so cumbersome and so expensive, and especially with business where it's at right now today, sometimes your only form of advertising is your sign. I would just like to suggest that, this really should go to some kind of notification, especially people who are in the industry, to give us some input so we can understand the process that it takes to get there before we say that this is acceptable. And I think that I would probably support the staff's recommendations on a lot of these things after we had the input from the people who are in the industry.
Let's see if we have other folks that would like to testify, and then we can take up any other, then we can take up how we're going to deal with it tonight. Are there any further questions from the Commission? Apparently not.
Is that I wanted to respond to Mr. Isham.
Just very quickly, because this isn't a debate between you and us.
Correct.
We're just here to hear testimony.
Right. And they were just going to add one word to the variance process, correct? Is that what I understood? They were just adding one word?
No.
Okay.
But we're going to take care of it.
Thank you.
Okay? Is there anyone else that would like to testify on this matter? Anyone at all? Hearing and seeing no one, the public hearing is closed and the matter rests with the Commission. Ms. Ferguson.
Yes, I just wanted to point out for the Commission that the variance procedure that's outlined in this ordinance before you is no different than the variance procedure and the submittal requirements and the standards of which to evaluate a variance than what ZEBA goes through. I base this on ZEBA, so it's word for word the same variance language, the same submittal requirements that ZEBA sees. And I just transferred that to the Urban Design Commission. There's very little change. We want it to be consistent with the same variance procedure, the same submittal requirements, and the same standards that they view when they are looking at variance requests before them.
Are we in any big rush to do this?
No, but we've been getting more and more variance requests for signs in just the last year. Mm-hmm. They've been coming more frequently than they did previously. And so we would like to get this forward and move it to the Assembly, and there may be additional questions and opportunities there.
Okay. All right, Commissioners. We need to decide what we're going to do, and so before we have any discussion, we need to have a motion of some sort. Mr. Weddleton, and then seconded by Mr. Isham.
Okay, in regards to case 2009-111, ordinance amending Municipal Code, Chapter 21.47, to amend procedures and standards for obtaining variances from the sign standards and to establish an appeals procedure, I would move to approve with the changes that Ms. Ferguson presented in her presentation.
Okay,
Seconded it.
you did second it. Is there any further discussion?
Madam Chair, I'd like to try and sneak a friendly amendment in, even as the seconder. Am I allowed to do that? Okay, very good. I would like to remove the word substantially from C on page 5 and from paragraph 1 at the top of page 6. And the reason for that is that puts a lot of uncertainty in it as to what substantially is. Does it meet one of the standards? Does it meet 2 of the standards? Does it meet 5 of the standards? And if we just say, look, if you want a request for this variance, it's got to meet these standards, and here's all 6 of them, end of discussion. That's what it's got to meet, and it removes a lot of uncertainty about what could be expected. So I just feel substantially really opens the door to an awful lot of misunderstanding and drawn-out discussion.
I would not accept that.
You would not accept that? Okay.
He was proposing to, well, Mr. Weddleton's response was, I believe I do not accept that.
Sorry. I'll be
Yes, you
more
have
clear.
to use your outside voice, Mr. Weddleton. Okay, so he doesn't accept that. So we're back at the main motion as the way it was made, and that does not, as the way it was presented by staff. Okay, Mr. Morrison.
I just want to speak to the motion. I can't support it in the position of where it's at right now. That doesn't mean that I couldn't support it if we had other input, especially from the people within the industry and some potential other businesses that can address what it takes to get there. I agree with staff that it needs to be defined and it needs to be clear, but it also needs to be simple. And by holding off on this and getting that additional input, I'm not hearing that it's making any significant changes or anything significant into what our process is in the municipality. This will not reopen the sign issue or the sign ordinance. It simply is a definition of how to deal with the variances. So I would like to encourage going back and seeking some input from the industry and from other businesses prior to making the choice on this.
Okay. I have Ms. Pease in the queue next.
Yes, I have 2 questions. The first is to the maker of the motion, Commissioner Weddleton. Did you propose, you said as staff, you proposed to pass this as staff presented it to us. Does that include the changes that Ms. Ferguson read to us at the beginning of the meeting?
Yeah, that would include the addition of substantially to that second paragraph to make them consistent. It would also include the addition of the lines to say that the as-built and plot would only require relevant information in regards to the sign ordinance.
Okay, thank you. And then the second question was, with regard to the amount of input we received or did not receive from the affected community, can I just get a confirmation from staff that this was noticed appropriately, and was there any outreach to particular interest groups?
Through the chair, Ms. Pease, this ordinance was noticed in its usual, we followed the usual procedure. We didn't do any outreach to any businesses or the sign industry.
And if I may, would that be a typical move? And I ask this sort of looking for a parallel. When something is in an affected geographical area, staff notifies the community councils, I believe. This is very wide. But there are some interest groups that generally might speak to this issue because of their particular interest. So how would this compare to, say, sending out notices of the large domestic animal facility ordinance? In that case, would the municipality generally try to contact some large equestrian associations or that sort of thing?
In the scenario you describe, no, we don't do any special outreach for any affected groups. We simply go through the procedure that we do for any case that appears on the Commission's agenda.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Phelps.
I guess my concern here is that Mr. Morrison's recommendation for this to go out to have additional review. In some respects, I don't have a problem with additional review, but I guess I am concerned about is that by virtue of doing that, in a way you give the ability, or you open the ability to open the sign ordinance to a certain degree, and you can't do that. That's not the issue that we're going to be dealing with, or they can deal with. The other part of the problem, I think, is that these standards here, I believe, are very similar to ZBAE standards, aren't they? And so realistically, if you want to deal with the issue of standards, you really need to talk about the standards or procedures both for ZBAE as well as for the UDC as well as possibly for other entities as well, too. This is a pretty standard set of procedures, in my understanding. So I think that, if we're going to be talking about giving this over to a public review, we probably should be opening it up to a much larger discussion. I'm not sure I want to do that.
Okay, Mr. Isham.
It's sort of a question on procedure. Let's assume that Mr. Weddleton's motion is defeated. Then does that defeat the whole thing? We can't bring it up again, or could we bring it up in another form and try and do something else with it?
Well, I usually don't talk in the middle of debate because I'm supposed to keep myself quiet. But I have information that I do need to share with you. For the last few weeks, the normal public notice process for the municipality hasn't really been working. And it was because of staff changes in the mayor's office, the clerk's office, and some changes in the planning department. It was only fixed last Tuesday. I've been working this for a few weeks. Up until last Tuesday, the most current public notice you could get on the municipal public notice page was dated August 30th. The official public notice, the legal public notice for the municipality, is published in the Alaska Journal of Commerce. Only people that subscribe to the Alaska Journal of Commerce have access to that information. You can't even get it if you go to their website, because I went to their website and they say municipal notices, and you click on the municipal icon and you would get the August 30th 2009 public notice list. And then when you got to that, all that's on there for the Planning Commission is that we're having a meeting at 6:30. It doesn't have our agenda. So then there's a phone number to call for the clerk's office that you could call to get the recorded agenda for boards and commissions. And that was out of date too. It was September 12th. And up until we got that resolved with the clerk's office. Well, it's all been fixed now. But if I, who have been a planning commissioner off and on since 1980, could not find information about what was being heard before this body, how in the world is the public going to find it? Do I have a problem if we postpone it for a little while? No. Do I have a problem with it being opened up to other things? No, because that's my job with the gavel. If people start opening up to discuss other parts of the sign ordinance, saying, no, that's not what we're here to talk about. We're here to talk about variances. Or we can go ahead and adopt it tonight and send it forward to the assembly. But I don't want anybody to be misled to think that people probably found out about it by virtue of public notice, because they probably didn't, unless they checked the public notice section sometime after Tuesday of last week. And that's not within our 7 days. So, now, I apologize for getting a little testy, but as you can see, I've kind of got a burr under my saddle about this, Ms. Ferguson. And if the folks in the sign industry are a little confused, understood. So, Mr. Morrison, you're still in the queue.
I would like to make an amendment that we extend the public hearing process in view of the discussion that we've had here this evening.
That would be a motion to postpone.
A motion to postpone.
Okay, the public hearing is closed. Ms. Ferguson, I will allow you an opportunity to chime in on it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to explain that this ordinance is a housekeeping issue.
I understand.
And I think maybe emotions are being, escalated on this because it's involving the signs, and signs have and are emotionally fraught matters that, Commissioner Morrison has already mentioned. But this is a housekeeping issue. It's straightforward. There's nothing out of the ordinary in this ordinance. It follows the same variance procedure that ZEBA works with. There's no deviation from that. It's very straightforward. As Mr. Phelps had noted, if we were to open this up to further discussion, to have businesses and the sign industry comment on this variance procedure, we would then have to open it up, the whole variance procedure that ZEBA operates under also, because the two processes are identical. And I just wanted to make that known to everyone yet once again. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Morrison, if you're putting forward your motion to postpone, you need to push the button for the mover of a motion. Is there a second for that motion?
Point of order. Is that amendment to my motion?
No, that's just a motion to postpone.
Is it a replacement?
It would be a substitute motion. And Mr. Phelps seconded it. So now, is there any discussion on motion to postpone? I'm going to clear out the board here. Mr. Morrison, since you made the motion, you get to speak first.
I think that I understand. Am I turned on here? I think I understand what Ms. Ferguson is saying, and I understand the process. I guess the concern that I have is not to rehash the whole permitting process and to go back through it, but in view of people not understanding it, I guess I see my job here is to represent the public so that they get their opportunity to go, this is what I believe we're supposed to be doing and what we're supposed to be responding to. And I feel in this particular case that hasn't happened yet, and that's why I'm suggesting that we postpone. I think if I could spend a little bit more time with this, I could get a little bit more comfortable with the language that is on here also. But I'd like to have a little more time to do that. Thank you.
Okay. Mr. Frederick.
Do I understand that the motion also includes reopening the public hearing?
We hadn't discussed that. That would be for another motion. If we do vote to postpone, we can address that, to rescind the hearing being closed. Mr. Phelps.
Well, I'm going to support the motion. I think that there's been ample evidence this evening that the usual crowd of people associated with the sign community is not here this evening, and there's probably reasons for that, and they have to do with the absence of adequate notification. I think that if we're going to do this, that we need to also give direction to staff to contact some of the representatives of the sign community to notify them this is coming up, because if you rely upon the normal municipal process, you're probably not going to get any more people than you saw this evening.
Okay.
But I tend to support, because that is a way of allowing for additional public input and something that can be quite significant to people economically.
Mr. Weddleton.
I just want to back up those. I also would support the motion to postpone. And the comments that I provided to staff were based on my experience as a small businessman looking at it, and little things to make it where the ordinance would meet the goals of the planning department, but also try to make it easier on people trying to get a variance. And I'd like to get some information from people more closely involved with putting signs up, and I think they could probably make this work for staff and for them, and I'd appreciate that opportunity for them.
Okay. Ms. Pease.
Yes, I'm going to support postponing because of the apparent irregularities in the public notice system that, as Commissioner Jones has found. But I do want to be cautious in directing staff to give specific outreach beyond what it normally does on an ordinance. I don't want to then set up an expectation or precedent for any ordinance coming up that they need to reach a certain number of groups or identify a certain number of community spokespersons, because there's the question of resources, expense. There's also the question of balance. If they're going to reach out to the sign selling community, what about the ACVB? They have an interest in products being seen, and what about the, Anchorage Beautiful Committee? I don't, again, want to set up a situation where we require them to contact certain people outside of what the usual public notice process is. We do know that there's at least one representative of the sign community here, and presumably that word will spread.
Okay. Mr. Phelps.
Well, I think that if we're going to rely upon a normal process, staff has already described to you what the normal process is, which is there is no notification. There is a, quote, normal notification inside the paper, but as we know after discussion, there is no real notification in the paper. In fact, there is, in fact, no effective notification with the public at this point in time in terms of cases coming before the Planning Commission. That seems to be a problem. But I think if you're going to postpone it, with the expectation that you're going to get people involved in reviewing this, you are going to have to give some direction to staff, at least some little direction to staff, that yes, you are going to contact at least some of the representatives of the sign community, because if you rely upon the standard process, you're not going to get that.
Okay. Any further comments on the motion to postpone? Okay. Is there objection to the motion? Hearing none, that motion passes. Now, what do we want to do about the hearing being closed? Do we want to address that this evening? Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I'd move to reopen the public hearing on 2009-111.
Is there a second? Mr. Isham. Is there any objection to that motion? Hearing none, the public hearing will be reopened. And now we need a date for Ms. Ferguson, or do you prefer to renotice it? I don't know that we're in any big hurry. You want to renotice it, Ms. Ferguson?
Madam Chair, yes, we can renotice that. But I do need direction
on, is there a number of sign companies I should contact? Which sign companies should I contact? If that's the wish of the body?
You might look back through some previous records. I think there was a committee some time ago. Perhaps Mr. Morrison remembers better than I. I know there are some major companies. There might be smaller ones. Maybe the Yellow Pages could be a guide. I know there's Broadway signs. I don't know who all puts up signs. Does Mini Boot put up signs? I know they put up lights, but I don't know if they put up signs. But I would just look in the Yellow Pages. I don't know that you'll capture them all that way. There might be a way through business licenses by that SIC category or something.
Is there a certain number? If I were to contact 3 or 4, is that sufficient? Or
why don't you talk to Mr. Weaver and get some guidance from him, since he's the acting head of the department right now? Okay. Ms. Pease?
Yes, Madam Chair, I'm a little bit uncomfortable with that advice. For one thing, the companies who sell signs, I'm not sure if that's whose interest we're trying to serve here. I think we're trying to serve the business owners who want to have a more effective sign.
Correct.
So that's different, I believe, from sign companies. But the other question again is, do we need to have balanced outreach if we're trying to get public dialogue on this issue? As we've noted already, there's always controversy when the sign ordinance comes up, and I would think there would be controversy over a loose variance procedure versus a more rigorous variance procedure. So if we're directing staff to notify people whose interest is probably a loose variance procedure, I think we may get into trouble if we don't also...
Well, I think the community councils always get notice of these things, don't they?
Yes, and in this case, the community councils were noticed.
Okay. I don't know if anyone else has any concern along those lines, but I just want any extra effort towards dialogue to be balanced.
Your point is well taken, and we do need to have a balanced dialogue. And in order for that to happen, we have to have adequate notice. And the public also has to accept responsibility for going out and looking, finding those notices, but they also have, that notice also has to be in places where it's easy to find. Okay. Mr. Morrison, are you back in the queue?
I'm just going to just make a brief comment. I think if staff were to get a hold of 2 or 3 or maybe 4 of the sign companies and maybe chamber, they'll get a hold of everybody else. You don't need to contact everybody in the process.
No, but we can't forget the citizen element here too, because
I agree with that, and I appreciate Ms. Pease for bringing that up.
Because they're a big part of the community too. All right, Mr. Isham.
Madam Chair, my comment on the notice type stuff is that I think we just ought to use the notice and get it out, have it available, right. And I can guarantee you from the people that are attending this meeting tonight, the word's going to get out amongst the sign folks and the chamber, and as long as we notify the community councils, I really don't think we need to do much more else than
I agree with
that. I mean, it's all of a sudden it's a hot button thing, and here we go again.
We'll have a fine variance procedure by the time we get done, Ms. Ferguson.
May I just ask for clarification? So we're leaving this, we'll do our normal notice procedure and make sure it's working?
Yes.
Okay.
And make sure it's working. And I in no way am implying you or any of the staff in your area dropped the ball. This was a mechanical problem. Okay, well, having postponed that item, we are at the end of our agenda.
Almost.
Almost. Almost. Oh, darn, I forgot about E. I'm ready to send us home. Do you want to take a short break before we move on? I was just thought I was going to get out of here early. 5 minutes. 5 short minutes, gentlemen and ladies. I will call the meeting back to order. We are now under unfinished business E. And this is the Title 21 rewrite, Chapter 14 definitions. Mr. Davis.
Yes, Madam Chair. The Planning and Zoning Commission is being asked to take action on the public hearing draft of Chapter 14 of the rewrite of Title 21. This is case 2007-153, Chapter 14. As amended in Attachment A, and so you should have with you this document, Attachment A. This is the public hearing draft of Chapter 14 with track changes in it. The Commission has not taken action or deliberated on any part of Chapter 14, so the right text without any highlights is text in the public hearing draft that is still subject to review. The underlined yellow text and highlights, text, it's still black text, but highlighted yellow is recommended amendments to the public hearing draft. New language. So yellow would be recommended additional language to be added to the public hearing draft and track changes. Language that is proposed to be deleted from the public hearing draft appears in all caps and brackets and highlighted in gray. I hope I haven't completely mangled that, but that is the document that you're being asked to review. In addition to that, there is a handout from staff that was provided at last week's meeting. It was basically a one-page handout containing additional recommended amendments. It's called Addendum to Staff Proposed Amendments to Chapter 14, but it basically is a one-sheet piece of paper. It begins with ground floor wall area at the top, and the last term at the bottom is water body. If you have that, it should be a single sheet. If you do not have it, I have some extra copies. In addition to that, there have been some comments that we've received from Planning and Zoning Commissioners over the past week. In response to several of those comments, I've just handed out 2 sheets of paper, each with a definition with proposed amendments on it. Again, the intent here is showing you in white the public hearing draft version of that term and definition, and then in the highlights, yellow and gray, showing you the proposed change to that definition. Basically, it would be staff's proposed response to those particular comments, and those we can get to when we get to them. So those 4 sheets are your materials for tonight. In addition to that, in the front of the main document, you have a staff memorandum briefly explaining the purpose of Chapter 14, including the rules of interpretation, construction. Several amendments were proposed to the public hearing draft to that section, rules of construction and interpretation. That's Chapter 14, Section 020. And then the back side of that memorandum, a brief section regarding what is the purpose of the definitions in the document, and then some of the key planning field principles or practices that we used throughout the Title 21 rewrite process over the past 7 years when we have been gradually revising this section. Several of the key principles are a term is defined only if it is used in the zoning ordinance, and so many terms from the current code were removed. A term is defined only if the ordinance uses it in a way that is distinct, more specific than, or somehow not adequately addressed by common dictionary definitions, And then thirdly, the definitions have been revised for the Title 21 rewrite so that they do not contain substantive, dimensional, or procedural requirements. In other words, those substantive standards of the code are really not in Chapter 14. The purpose of the terms and definitions is simply to clarify, to simplify the text of the zoning ordinance, and to help make technical terms somewhat more understandable.
Okay,
Thank you.
Okay, I have Mr. Weddleton in the queue. Is this for questions, or are we wanting to take action? Because I think we're going to go in the committee of the whole to get started.
Well, I didn't mean to hit that, but I'd be happy to make a motion to move to the committee of the whole.
Okay, and Mr. Fredericks has seconded. Is there any objection? Hearing none, we are in the committee of the whole. Okay. Okay, Mr. Isham has a question.
In regards to this 45-page document that is sort of the base document that we're working with, does the yellow indicate that a change has been made as a result of input from somebody to the public hearing draft?
The yellow are proposed changes to the public hearing draft.
Okay.
Based on a variety of sources. Many of the recommended changes result from amendments made over the past year by the Planning and Zoning Commission and Assembly to a number of the chapters. For example, there are more than 15 amended terms in the parking section alone, which are based on the many changes to that section. In addition, there have been agencies that have commented, for example, on our senior housing and affordable housing definitions to make sure that they are in sync with the required state and federal definitions. And lastly, throughout the process, there have been many revisions to each iteration draft of the code, and to some degree, some of the changes to the terms and definitions had to wait until the end, until it was clear what form each section would be approved in. If I may, I was somewhat remiss. I haven't introduced all the staff here tonight, and I'd like to do that. To my left here is Brian Dean. Brian Dean is the manager of the Land Use Division of the Planning Department. Rich Preen is the lead enforcement officer from the Land Use Enforcement Division for the municipality. And Deb Aguilar is with the Zoning and Planning Review section. And so we have here the experts, so to speak, on the day-to-day administration of the code and who know very well how the definitions of the terms can affect the day-to-day review processes for the code. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Pease.
Yes, the Chair. Mr. Davis, I had submitted written comments and also had some conversations with you. Did you have a chance to respond to any of those, or did you copy them? Or I've got my own copy, but I just wondered if I think I suggested that you look at them before handing them out to the commissioners.
Yes, I apologize. We have looked at them, and I have not made copies. What I can do is see if there is a copier in the building, and we can have copies made of my copy. Or if there's a clean copy that someone here has, one of the staff members has, perhaps we can make copies of that. I'm assuming that the library is still open.
I think it's I don't know what time it closes.
If the library is open, we have access to a copier. Staff will go ahead and make copies of those comments.
Okay, thanks, and if not, we can make do.
Yes.
Verbally.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton, were you in the queue and I accidentally took you out when you made your motion?
I was not in the queue, but I'm in a similar situation as Commissioner Pease. I had a list of points, and I dealt with staff, Mr. Davis, on this throughout the past week. And they're not too substantial, so I think without copies, I could go through point by point.
Okay.
So I guess asking, copies are fine, but can you go through your points? Were they very wordy?
My points aren't
Just go
very
through?
wordy. So, maybe we should just go ahead. There are 15 of them, but they're all short, so. Let's just try to go ahead and save paper, I guess.
I would suggest if Commissioner Pease and I were the only ones with detailed comments that she start. We'll see where we go and then hit mine.
Okay, I see you, Mr. Isham.
One more question for staff. Are we to assume that what we have in front of us is what you are recommending that we approve?
That is correct. The documents with the track changes, including the track changes, are the department's recommendations.
Okay.
And what about the comments that we had in our packet from last week with Bobby Wells' suggested changes? You don't need to respond to that right now, but I think before we're done, it would be helpful to know if you incorporated those in here or had rejected them or what the status was.
We can go through those comments and provide you with staff's response to them. We've not incorporated them into the track changes documents.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you. Mr. Weddleton?
Okay, just regarding that, I had handed out Ms. Wells' comments. So those came
They came through you?
through me.
Okay.
And as we go through my points and perhaps Commissioner Pease, we can discuss each of those. It'll be part of my discussion, if not more.
All right.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I suggest what we do on this thing is just go through page by
By
page,
page.
and if we agree with it, I'll just put a little check mark, and where we have disagreements, I'll circle it, and we can talk about it or solve it right on the spot.
That sounds good
So
to me.
you can read the thing if you want.
All right. So we are, any issues with page 1, which is just the table of contents? Okay, moving on. Page 2. That looks pretty straightforward. Page 3.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
On line 30, this is measuring the distance for separation of land uses. It seems to me that we need to add another adjective, nearest, so that it will read, such measurement shall be made from the nearest property line of the first reference point to the nearest property line of the second reference point.
Any comments, staff?
No objection.
Okay.
I have a issue on line 16.
Okay.
It says the way, just like the word may is permissive, even though compliance is optional. That's not exactly what I think about. My thinking is that the word may is permissive, indicating compliance is intended, but is discretionary.
Thoughts of staff?
I'm sorry, say again?
Oh, I was just looking for a reaction from staff.
I guess in some cases, compliance would be intended. In some cases, the compliance is sometimes also referring to an action that the director may take. For example, the director may approve this or that departure from the a regulation just stated, and that, for example, the director may approve a departure from standard XYZ based on several criteria, and so the word may in that case may not necessarily mean that a compliance is intended, but it's purely optional. No strong objections to the suggested change, but there are those cases where it really is open-ended permissive.
Yes, Mr. Isham?
Just this question for Commissioner Phelps. Do we really mean that it's intended or is it desired?
Well, when we use it, when we say may, it may intend that it's going to be accomplished or done in some fashion, but there is discretion in part of decision-making as to whether or not it is or not. So it's not a mandatory requirement, but it's intended to be accomplished. The dilemma that's being posed here is that this word may is not being used just for the mandatory requirements of development. It's also being used in terms of how the plan director is going to interpret the statute. And that's the problem.
It just seems to me that the definition of may and shall is really something that the attorneys need to lay on us, and I don't think we should be fiddling with that, and I don't know if the attorneys have come up with these definitions or not on this particular one, but I would tend not to want to fiddle with it unless the attorneys say that it's all right.
Okay, Ms. Pease.
I'm wondering if what Mr. Phelps is trying to say is something to this effect. Compliance is possible through various options, and a particular option is at the discretion of the decision maker.
I don't think I really intend that. I guess that I interpret the word may a particular way in terms of the context of the work that we do. And frankly, at this point, I'm not certain as to how the word may is used in all cases inside Title 21. If it's used in terms of development requirements that say may, that means it's desirable that that requirement is met, but it's not mandatory. What this is saying, compliance is optional. That, to me, is a much lower standard. But I frankly can't resolve the issue this evening because of this bifurcation between development standards and the interpretation authority of the planning director. They're using them in two different ways. In other words, I agree with the planning staff about the way the word may is used for the planning director. I don't necessarily agree with the way the word may is used in terms of development standards, but I don't know enough to be able to structure the language properly.
Can Mr. Weddleton?
I'm on a different issue. I missed something on page 2, so I can wait.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't have a problem with the way that it's written, but I think that since there's a desire to change it and not necessarily, I don't want to spend too much time on it. Maybe we need to hold it or just accept it the way it is.
Let's accept it the way it is.
Okay. All right. Okay, Mr. Weddleton.
Well, I missed something on page 2, and that's on the general discussion of lists, item C, line 24. And I had a question with staff and then a suggestion that we would add, unless stated otherwise, a list does not imply a priority or chronological order. And that's mostly in response that sometimes people look at a list and think that they interpret it that way and say a list of things that must be done. But I don't believe that's generally the case on a list. And was this acceptable, Mr. Davis?
I did not see anything wrong with the suggestion, so had no objections from me.
Could you repeat that again, Mr. Weddleton?
So we would add to the end of item C, page 2, line 24, unless stated otherwise, a list does not imply a priority or chronological order. That would be probably end of line 27. Thank you.
Did you get that, Madam Secretary? Okay. Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, we will move on. Okay. Anything else on page 3?
I have one.
Okay.
On item M, fractions, line 31, and the question there was what if the result rounds down to 0? And Mr. Davis said that they'd have some proposal this evening, I believe.
Yes. In response to the question, staff took a look at the possibility of adding a brief statement at the end of the paragraph to deal with the case when the fraction was less than half, so it would be rounded down to 0. And the statement would be to the effect that where the calculation results in a fraction less than 1, basically the integer 1, the fraction shall be rounded up to 1. So basically to that effect. So basically if the fraction is less than 1, whether it's greater than 1/2 or less than half, it would just basically be rounded up to 1. And that could be added to the paragraph at the end as a closing statement.
That works for me.
Okay, does anybody object? Hearing no objections. Okay, anything else on page 3? Okay, hearing none, we're on to page 4. Any changes to what's proposed on 4? Hearing none, we move on to page 5. Any changes?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yes, okay.
Lines 14, 15, the definition of adjacent. The word adjacent comes into play when there are properties that need buffering or that sort of thing. And my concern is that there are certain minor collector streets that are fairly narrow and don't necessarily provide a buffer or barrier, so that what is adjacent across a minor or collector street, the deciding body might need to take into account impacts. And I forwarded that to staff and asked about adding about the word minor collector to that list, local or private street or pedestrian right-of-way. For For example, if there were to be a towing or wrecking yard adjacent to a playground across a minor collector street, that might not be a very compatible adjacent use.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, in response to Commissioner P's comment, as well as to comment by Commissioner Weddleton, we took a look at that term and how it was used. And it's used many times throughout the document, and in fact more times than we could track within the time we had. Throughout chapters 4, the zoning district, district-specific standards, for example, for locating zoning districts. In chapter 5, related to use-specific standards such as conditional use approval criteria, and then partly used in chapter 7. And as the ordinance is developed and the standards have been written, reviewed, and in some cases approved, we've been using that definition that you see there on page 5 as basically the definition of adjacent that they would be assuming would be going forward with the standard. And so, for example, when there is a standard, for example, to require L3 level landscaping for adjacent residential lots, the assumption and going into that would be adjacent lots would mean lots across the local street. So a change to that definition to also include collectors may have impacts in other sections of the code, and it's there are almost too many places where adjacent is used to be able to give you a clear answer as exactly what those would be. Staff doesn't have any strong objections to the proposed change. Just our reviews, those adjacent is used in many places throughout the code, and it's difficult for me to be able to tell you straight up what the implications are for the many standards that require, for example, landscaping where facing an adjacent lot, or where there's an adjacent residential lot, X, Y, Z shall happen. Somewhat of a policy issue.
Okay, just a moment. Could I please ask the security guard to close that door? We can't compete with the music. I'm not sure where it's coming from, but... I'm trying to locate it right now. Thank you. The beats of the drums are in my head. Yeah, I can too, but it's better. Okay. Did that answer your question as best you could hear it?
Well, just that I've heard that the use of the term adjacent is widespread throughout the code, but I guess what I was looking for is how does a local street serve as a buffer compared to a minor collector, and are both of them likely to have the same amount of right-of-way, for example? And if that's the case, then I would say let's treat them as the same sort of barrier, or a non-barrier in the case of determining adjacent impacts.
Through the chair, a local street is within a subdivision, so it's right down to your neighborhood level street. Often the right-of-ways aren't different, but the street design is quite different. A collector street, when improved up to today's standards, will include landscaping and often separated pedestrian facilities on either side. I don't know if that collector right-of-way is intended to be wider than 60 feet. I believe that may be the standard as well for collectors. So the right-of-way width may not be different, but I would say the street design of the collector is probably going to include landscaping and a little bit more buffering. The collector will also because it does deal with mobility between neighborhoods, it does have greater level of traffic, higher volume of traffic, possibly trucks, and as well as higher traffic speeds. And so to some degree, the street itself is a little bit more of a buffer than, say, a local neighborhood street with one use right across from another. It is a higher level street.
Okay, what do you want to do?
I guess I'd like to go ahead and vote on it.
Okay, which line was this? This is on page 5?
Yeah, Mr. Frederick pointed out that adjacent figures into both lines 14, 15 and lines 17 and 18.
Okay. Okay, is there any objection to Ms. P's proposal?
That's my understanding. So these are hold issues that will, or do we do that right now?
Well, I guess we should see if there's any consensus now, and if not...
I'd have a question then. Actually, I'm a little confused. So we have a definition of adjacent, but then you're discussing buffers, and is that is that relevant here?
Well, I think it is because the place that adjacent is used in the code is the code seeks to have buffering between adjacent uses or setbacks if there are certain adjacent uses. And my thinking is that if a collector street is about the same width as a local street, they both should be treated as the same sort of boundary. And Mr. Davis had said, well, the collector street's likely to be landscaped, but I guess I would interject that given how much we try to put into our right-of-ways with separated pathways and so forth, we get roads like Diamond Road where there's no room left for landscaping. So my intention would be that we would consider a minor collector to allow the same sort of immediacy or impact across that road as you would with a local street.
Well, you'd almost bomb that. DeArmond is an arterial, and Elmore is a collector, and Elmore's got more buffering.
Okay, sorry for misspeaking there.
So would you say you're adjacent if you're going to cross any kind of street? Would that work?
Well, no, at some point the street width and the street traffic volume begins to create a barrier or distraction, and the impacts from the street itself outweigh what's happening on the property that's across the way.
So your intent is that a collector would be?
Minor collector would still be considered to have adjacent uses across on the opposite sides of it.
Great, thank you.
Staff, is some of that going to be determined by the classification of the road or the street?
Yes, all streets in the municipality are classified by the OSNHP into local, collector, arterial, and higher class streets. So some of the standards in the code do tie themselves to the type of street that's adjacent to the subject property.
Okay, so there are specific standards for specific classifications of streets.
For example, the landscaping requirements for a property may vary depending on the street it affects.
Right.
Classes.
Okay. Well, it sounds like this. I don't know if there's agreement for this, so we may need to. Is there agreement? Hold it. Yeah. We'll just put both the adjacent and adjacent lots, those two topics on hold. For those of you that are new to the commission, anytime we can't make a decision quickly in the committee of the whole, we put those on hold and go on, move on. Okay, Mr. Weddleton.
On page 5, I would just want to bring up on amortization, line 32 to 35, the staff has given, Ms. Davis gave us something this evening that rewrites that definition, and this does look reasonable to me, the rewritten version.
Okay, this looks fine? Okay.
The one they gave.
They laid on the table tonight.
They laid on the table.
Okay, so I'm going to write on here, new version looks okay. Okay. All right. Anything else on 5? Nope. Page 6.
A couple on there. First, again, like we just did, the staff has given a new definition for architectural bay, which I find to be an improvement and would support this, particularly with the note that they'll add an illustration.
Okay.
Question, Madam Chair?
Okay.
For staff. The way I read this, an architectural bay does not require any change in wall plane. Is that the intention?
Through the chair, no, it is not the intention of the new language. The bay is a wall plane, a flat wall plane between engaged columns, pilasters, posts, or other elements that are, projecting out from the walls. So the bay is in between those features. So it could be an opening, it could be windows, but somehow it's a wall plane and it's in between, separated from other bays, other wall planes by these columns and features that come out, that jet out from the building.
Then I wonder if it would be clearer if it reads in that second sentence, is defined as the zone with a change in wall plane between the outside edges of engaged columns. Because as I read it, you could have a half-inch pilaster, and it really wouldn't be a change in wall plane. You could have very, very minimal relief separating vertical areas, not vertical areas. Very minimal relief that creates zones.
Yes, that's possible. The definition is basically an open-ended definition from an architectural dictionary. And it's defining a term that's basically a menu choice in some of the development standards in Chapter 7. Where we've identified a need to make sure that when an applicant is getting credit for or complying with the requirement to provide a feature, and we want to make sure that, for example, the feature that's required or that they're selecting to get credit for is actually large enough to make a difference or meet the intent. We have in the substantive section, in that standard, we lay out what is the minimum dimension, what is the minimum projection from the wall that is required in order to get credit. So according to the architectural dictionaries, I understand is that there isn't a need for a minimum dimension. that where there is a wall plane or band of windows or opening between engaged columns or pilasters, which are basically the same thing, that jut out, even if it's 6 inches or 18 inches or 2 feet, and it's happening in a series, it's a bay.
Through the chair, the way it's written, though, it could be defined as a zone between vertical wall areas. And to me, you could mark it off with paint. And I just think that's the intent. So I'd be more comfortable with that wording I suggested, which is defined as the zone with a change in wall plane.
Do you have any objection to that language, Mr. Davis?
I know that.
Okay. Is there any objection from other commissioners?
Well, I understand the intent of the change, but, I looked at this too, and I want to make sure that it's understood. If it's commonly used by architects and it does not require change of wall plane, I'd hate to have our own special municipal definition of an architectural bay. And if the requirements in the code say an architectural bay must include a certain wall change, which is what I understood Mr. Davis to say, then we meet the intent of Commissioner Pease, but without changing this accepted definition.
Maybe we should hold this.
Through the chair, excuse me. The concern is that vertical wall areas aren't necessarily themselves creating a change in wall plane as it's written. And so if there are vertical wall areas, there could be very little or no change in wall plane, and somehow the applicant receives credit for an architectural bay where maybe there's very little or minimal. The term vertical wall areas, not to add verbiage, but the word projecting is defined in the code, I think, and it's used in the code, and it means projecting means coming out from the wall plane. Vertical wall areas are basically intended here to mean the same thing as pilasters and columns, things that project out from the wall plane of the building. So if it is defined as the zone or wall plane between the outside edges of these columns, pilasters, or vertical wall areas, you could say, or projecting vertical wall areas, or something to that effect, and you would get your change in wall plane that way without doing anything to the architectural dictionaries. Projecting vertical wall areas would ensure your change in wall plane, and the posts and pilasters and columns, they by the very definition.
Madam Chair, that works for me.
Is there concurrence amongst the other commissioners? Okay. So we can move on. Anything else on page 6?
I've got a small one. The definition of average says the equaling of an arithmetic mean, and I would just change it to the arithmetic mean.
Okay, any objection? Hearing none. Okay, anything else on 6? Hearing none, we're moving on to 7. Mr. Weddleton.
I've got I guess just one thing on that, and I'd actually bring that to staff, and that was I sent in some questions about balconies and porches and the various definitions there. And just to clarify, Mr. Davis, you do want separate definitions of each, but you'll include illustrations to make it more clear exactly what the definition is. Is that correct?
This is, we think that illustrations would be helpful for these two terms, porch and balcony.
somehow the language we adapted from several sources loses its clarity without the types of illustrations that were included with those sources, such as architectural dictionaries. So illustrations we would recommend be added to balcony and porch each.
Okay, that's it for 7 for me.
Okay, anything else on 7?
Could I ask a question on that particular one?
Sure.
So if a balcony is an elevated platform projecting from the wall of a building enclosed by a railing or parapet and supported entirely by the building, what is an elevated platform, et cetera, that is not entirely supported by the building? In other words, it's supported by posts to the ground, like an elevated deck. Is there a definition for such a thing in here? I didn't see it as deck. Do you call it something else? Because there are those kind of structures. No,
we'd have to define that.
So you might want to add deck. I mean, I would call it a deck.
Yes, I'd agree. That is missing.
Or an elevated deck or something like that. Okay.
Okay. Anything else on 7?
So that's a request that will add a definition of deck.
And that would be on page 11.
Page 11, right.
Okay.
Near the bottom, I wrote in there, add deck. Anything else on 7? Hearing none, we're moving on to page 8. Anything on page 8?
I would just highlight something in discussions with staff. They have building accessory and also secondary building, and my understanding is secondary building on page 32 goes away.
Yes, that is correct. The Commissioner identified where there is a redundancy, and the term secondary buildings later on in this chapter is basically a redundant definition to building accessory. And staff in response looked at that and recommend deleting secondary building.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think accessory building is the more accurate term from to distinguish it from the primary use. Okay, anything else on 8?
I have a small one on canopy on line 34. And it suggests the canopy would be projecting out from a building facade of a pedestrian facility, and I thought at some point we had also suggested a canopy over bicycle parking was an option at some point, which would generally not necessarily come out from the building. Should we hold that one? Move on.
We can.
Seems to me it could be more than just pedestrian facility.
Right, it'd be more than pedestrian, not necessarily out of the building. I would want to verify that.
Staff would not have objection to expanding that definition to include structures that aren't extending from a building facade, that would be freestanding. I don't have exact language for you, but I guess we'll hold it. Okay.
It's better to have accurate language than try to make sausage here. Okay, page 9.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I just wanted to point out that Mr. Weldon proposed expanding the definition so that it's pedestrian facilities and other types of amenities.
Understood.
Mr. Davis proposed that it be a freestanding, that it be modified in the lines of freestanding, not just projecting. So there are two possible changes there.
I think Mr. Middleton has made his desires known to staff and what he submitted in writing. Am I correct, Mr. Middleton?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, Ms. Pease, you're in the queue. Anything on page 9, Ms. Pease?
Yes, Madam Chair. The definition of clearing, lines 37 to 38, I wanted to propose adding a sentence of explanation as follows. The acceptable use of mechanical clearing may depend on soil condition, e.g. firm ground and snow cover to protect the vegetative mat.
Is there any objection to adding that language?
Yeah, I guess I have a concern. It sounds like that's not part of the definition. It sounds like it's a development standard. Is that part of the definition?
To my way of thinking, it clarifies the statements that could be contradictory in the current definition, which are without disturbing the vegetative mat, comma, using any method.
Oh. So you're taking out any method and substituting?
No, I wasn't going to change that first sentence. I was just seeking to clarify it.
Okay, and state again what you're going to put in there.
The acceptable use of mechanical clearing may depend on soil condition, e.g. firm ground and snow cover to protect the vegetative mat.
I guess I'd like to hear staff's interpretation of that. I don't have a problem with that concept. I think you're correct. The only concern I have is whether that's part of the definition or not.
Mr. Davis.
Through the chair, we believe that the definition as it stands with the closing phrase, without disturbing the vegetative mat, gets to basically we believe it achieves the purpose of the language that Commissioner Pease has proposed, that it basically, by definition, is protecting the vegetative mat. It doesn't really, it isn't necessary for it to state the acceptability of different methods. We read that proposed language as a standard and not key to the definition, as it basically, it sounds like a substantive standard inserted into the definition to us.
I think I have a simple fix. How about if it was just, the wording was just switched so that it says, using any method without disturbing the vegetative mat, or using any method that does not disturb the vegetative mat.
No objection.
Is that okay with everyone? Is there any objection? I don't hear any objections, so that change will be incorporated. Okay, Mr. Phelps.
Well, I guess I have concerns with comprehensive plan, and that goes from lines 32 to 39. And I guess I have problems with the wording, but also I think I need to get clarity here. And this goes to the issue of, do we have distinct comprehensive plans for Eagle River, Trinity and Anchorage? And the way that I'm reading this is that there's no statement as to whether there are specific comprehensive plans for those three individual and separate areas, or if the term comprehensive plan includes each of those comprehensive plans. And I guess that's a question of staff. This has been a problem for a long time. You say comprehensive plan. Does it refer to Anchorage, or does it Eagle River, or does it refer to all three? What was your intent in this statement or definition of the comprehensive plan?
Throughout the code in various places, we
draft code, we state standards to the fact that, for example, along any street designated in the comprehensive plan as a mixed-use street, or we basically add as a preface to a standard, if something has been designated in the comprehensive plan, for example, an area designated in the comprehensive plan as a town center or a mixed-use center, may be rezoned to this particular zoning district. And so the comprehensive plan refers to any and all of any one of the documents or all of them taken together. Basically, for example, if it's in Eagle River, it would refer to the Chugach Eagle River Comprehensive Plan and its designation of that area. It's attempting to be inclusive of any of those documents. Individually. Yeah, I think that if the intent is to state that the word comprehensive plan, the definition of the comprehensive plan, if it means that it is the compilation of all of the plans, including the three distinct land use plans, if you want to use that term for those three geographic areas, I think we need to say that because there's been such confusion about that over the years. And so I think this particular statement of what the comprehensive plan needs to have additional work. I do have some suggestions, but I'm not sure I can work the language this evening. I'd like to pull this one.
Yes, Mr. Phelps, just as a point of clarification for you, Title 21, as it's currently enacted, under the elements of the comprehensive plan 2105030, clearly spells out that, what constitutes the comprehensive plan, and I think we may want to look at enhancing this section a bit so that people really know what the comprehensive plan consists of, rather than just saying the major plans, et cetera. And here it shows the hierarchy, and then there are many sub-elements that constitute it as well. So if I want to pull that, I think that makes sense.
Yeah, I just think it makes sense to spend some additional time on this particular definition because we've worded this particular concept, what the comprehensive plan is, for a long time, and this would be the opportunity to put a stake in the heart of it.
There's a lot of confusion in the community about it. Is there any objection to pulling that?
I wouldn't, but it brings up an additional point, a broader point.
Okay.
Well, it's in here, and that's a point that I made in some of my comments, and that's in the definitions. On a few cases, it refers to sections of Title 21 as part of the definition. And this is a case where if it's clearly defined, and not just looking at the current code, but the rewrite, where there's actually a chart that lists the various plans, is, a brief statement like this could work if it says, in addition, see section 21 point whatever that gives you the detail.
I think that if we clarify that the word comprehensive plan is used generically, it's meant to include the comprehensive plans for 3 geographic areas, as well as those functional plans that provide additional clarification and background, I think then you provide a better understanding of what the comprehensive plan is. We may even want to have definitions for the Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan in Eagle River and Trinidad. So we have specific statements. So when you use the word Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan, you mean explicitly that. So there may be actually an advantage of having a further breakdown between the 3 geographic areas, so you can say very specifically.
We have to have 4 geographic areas.
Yeah.
We have the Bowl, Eagle River, Chugach, Turnagain Arm, and Girdwood.
Because the questions are always asked is, okay, which comprehensive plan are you referring to? And this would be the time to figure it out.
Well, that's clearly spelled out in 21.01.080 in the rewrite, where it actually breaks it all out. But this would make a lengthy definition, whereas a reference to this table
Would,
Yeah, I mean, you could use a reference as opposed to, all the verbiage there. I mean, I'm not suggesting we have, 2.5 pages of a definition, but I think that we need to provide a bit more detail here.
in addition to the references.
In addition to the references. And, and I tend to think that the statement that's official policy guide is not exactly what I think, but I think it's the basis of the long-range development and so forth for the community. I would like to have a stronger statement of what the comprehensive plan is.
And we can have hyperlinks in this to different places in the code, too, when it gets adopted and finalized. Anything else on page 10? I do see a couple of folks in the queue here. Okay, Ms. Pease?
Madam Chair, lines 28 through 31, the definition of compatible, I had expressed to staff my concern that this definition might not pull in the potential operational impacts that can cause uses to be incompatible. And staff had said perhaps we could insert does not create adverse impacts such as those listed in, and then he gave me a citation on neighboring uses. But the citation isn't in my hard copy code book. The citation was 2107140C, if I wrote it down right. So if this is something we want to add, I'm not sure what statutory reference or Title 21 reference to refer to.
Why don't we just pull it and,
We'll just
and
pull
let
it.
them look it up? Okay. The thing is, we don't want to make reference to our current code because it's going to be in the new code, so it's got to reference the new
And this
code.
may be in the new code, but we'll just pull it. Okay?
I'm sorry, I may have a quick fix. What we'd like to do is keep the definition generic, and instead of referencing sections, simply reference those operational characteristics right in the definition. And so what we would recommend to respond to your comment, and Commissioner Weddleton had a similar comment, is that the operational characteristics were missing. But first of all, on lines 28-29, where it begins, in terms of development intensity, building coverage, architectural elements, bulk, and occupancy, it basically be building coverage, height, architectural elements, and so the issue of height is covered. Height is a typical element listed in the compatibility definition, and I think one of the commissioners mentioned it was missing. In addition to that change, on lines 30, we found a point where it might be a good place to add in the operational characteristics. So basically, it would read, be listing from line 29, parking requirements, access and circulation, and then starting with new language, insert in operational characteristics such as lighting, noise, vibrations, dust, and odor, and then go on with the language from the public hearing draft, continue with site improvement, and public facilities. So the additional language would read, after access and circulation, read, operational characteristics such as lighting, noise, vibrations, dust, and odor. And these comprise the main characteristics covered in that section you were citing, the operational section. And that would allow the definition to remain generic and basically describe for the reader what it means to be compatible or not.
That sounds good to me.
I want to see it again.
Okay, we can see it again. See, again.
That's a hold.
It's just a hold.
Yeah, was it your intent to include the word height, Mr. Davis?
I'm sorry?
Did you intend to add the word height?
Yes, we would add that word up above and then the language I mentioned.
Okay, the operational language. Okay. Did you have anything else on page 10, Ms. Pease?
No.
Okay.
I've got two.
I've got one.
Okay, Mr. Weddleton.
I'd recommend on the definition of commercial, line 4, add generally, comma, wholesale, retail trade, and services are considered commercial.
Say again, please.
Generally, wholesale, retail trade, and services are considered commercial.
Does that substitute for the current wording?
No, that would be just a add to the end of it.
Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, that will be added. Anything else on that page, Mr. Weddleton?
Community council, as a guy who grew up in community councils, I had to fix this. And I would begin it with, established as part of Anchorage municipal government in Anchorage Charter, Article 8, to, and in quotes, afford citizens the opportunity for maximum community involvement and self-determination, end quote. And from there, we could keep the existing language.
Any objection? Hearing none. Okay. Anything else on that page?
I have one. It's on line 40. Yes, the word cosmetic. I propose to drop the word cosmetic and use the word non-substantive, so it's related to the next discussion for comprehensive plan amendment, which is substantive. I would say non-substantive as opposed to cosmetic.
Is there any objection to that change?
I apologize. I believe that term is used in Chapter 3. It is, it's actually named as a process, and so a change to the term here would mean a change to the text of the code later. That could be done as a cleanup item.
Can we try and get a different word than cosmetic then?
We probably can. We can look for one.
Cosmetic has a certain feeling to it.
Okay.
I agree.
Makeup. Okay.
Madam Chair, is that a hold that the staff will provide us the substitute word?
That's my intention, yeah.
Okay. Anything else on page 10? Moving on. Page 11.
I have one on the comprehensive plan there. I actually have wording for this, but I would prefer to pull that, or pull this definition, until we look at the definition of comprehensive plan, because I think the two are going to be somehow related, and I just think it's not the right time to pass this definition right now without looking at it more broadly.
We'll pull that. Anything else on page 11?
We're adding deck at the bottom of the page.
That's right. Somewhere between lines 31 and 32. And that's just a placeholder because I don't intend for us to fashion that definition tonight. Anything else on that on page 11?
Did we go back to, did we talk about dedication just a moment ago?
No, because nobody brought it up.
I'm not sure what devotion of land to a public use is. I think there's got to be better cleaner language than that.
Yeah.
I would propose to pull this, and I'll be happy to look at some standard language and give it to staff.
Okay. All right, we're now on page 12, and we're about a fourth of the way through.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
On line 13, I think it's just a typo, but the last word is currently developed, and I believe it should be development.
Yeah.
I think you're probably right.
I'm pretty sure I'm right.
Okay. Any objection to that cosmetic change?
So,
Substitute. Mr. Frederick. Okay. All right. Anything else on page 12? Ms. Pease, did you have anything on page 12? No. Mr. Frederick, did you have anything else on page 12?
No, ma'am.
And Mr. Phelps does.
yeah. This is on line 15. Is actually, in a way, non-substantive. The problem is that it refers to the planning department. The problem with using the planning department, or just that term, is that the planning department has been called different things over the years.
Yes, it has.
It's been economic development and everything else. And so maybe you want to use some different language or some explanatory language that, rather than just saying planning department, you would say planning department or other terms referring to that entity that's the planning department. Because it's called different things over the years.
So maybe we need to hold that.
Well, I think we want to hold it and have staff just look at, possible alternative wording for planning department.
Right. A generic term?
A generic term or a clarification.
Okay. Anything else on
Can I
yes.
make just a quick comment? Doesn't, small p kind of imply a generic?
Well, then it's called Economic Development Department, no.
Okay.
Okay. Next. Anything else on page 12?
I'm sorry, was on planning department, is that a directive for staff to find a language to deal with potential changes and then a hold to see that again?
Yes.
That's my intention, yeah.
Anything else on 12? Apparently not. Okay, page 13.
I've got a very small one. The definition of entrance, primary, rephrase so that it says during all regular business hours.
Which is it?
What line is that on?
Line
41?
41.
Okay. Any objection to that change? Hearing none. That's fine. Ms. Dean.
I have two. The first item is at the top, the double frontage lot. Is that not a through lot?
What page are you on?
If there's streets on two sides of a lot, isn't that called a through lot?
Somewhere it doesn't exist.
On page 23.
Where?
Line 21.
Through the chair, initial response is that it can be basically a through lot, where basically the lot is running on one street on one end and then a street on the back end. And there are different configurations where a lot can be double fronted. It might be a through lot and streets on either end, or
a dead-end street coming into the side lot line might be another alternative, but it can be a through lot.
Okay, and then my second thing is engineer on line 32, definition of engineer. It says, it just mentions civil engineer, but electrical engineers draw plans for projects and mechanical engineers also for projects. So since they're involved in the building safety department for plans process, I don't know if we're too narrow and focus on just civil.
Through the chair, we would be, I think in this case, the term engineer is used basically ensuring that site plans, basically site plans are drawn up by folks that are basically have the professional skills to do that, and I think in this case the narrow use of the term in Title 21 would focus on civil this time. The building code, electrical and mechanical, but the zoning code probably remain focused on the civil engineer. I think that's how it's used.
What about for landscaping plans, for site plans? Would that be a landscape architect or whoever does that?
Yes, the landscaping section will call that out separately, and so...
and have its own definition section?
I believe landscape architect, it's just basically a commonly defined term, and we don't need to define that here, but maybe it is.
Well,
landscape architect. I believe that the landscape architect, I can check the section, but I believe the section itself may say that the landscape architect is licensed by the state. Let me check.
Okay. You don't have to answer it right now, but it's just something that if that requires some sort of professional registration, we need to probably think of including it somewhere. So we have a definition for it. Mr. Weddleton.
I'd add to that, there's a big section on lighting, too. Maybe that would require an electrical engineer to approve those things.
Through the chair, the landscaping plan subsection of landscaping requires that the landscape plan be prepared by a licensed landscape architect registered by the state of Alaska or another design professional as allowed by state legislation. So I believe it captures the landscape architect term there in the body of the text. The lighting engineer, I guess I'd have to check on that.
Okay. Ms. Dean, did you have additional questions?
Just for clarification, the state doesn't register engineers, they license as an occupational license. Now, the associations may register an engineer, but the state is an occupational license.
Just checking the lighting section. The lighting plan shall be stamped and signed by a registered engineer or certified lighting professional. So here the term, to me, does use the term engineer, and my understanding is that there are lighting engineers, so we may need to take a second look at the term and expand it to lighting engineers.
There's no lighting engineering. There's electrical engineers. They do have lighting registered professionals that get certified through the lighting association that is mentioned in the verbiage. So they're actually certified by their association, whereas they're not recognized by any occupational licensing by the state.
Okay.
Maybe we need to put the whole engineer thing on hold and let's take a look and get the right words.
For all of them.
For all of them.
We can do that. Engineers, you're on hold. Okay. Anything else on page 13? If not, Mr. Weddleton, you're in the queue.
Oh, I'm sorry.
You're out of the queue. Mr. Davis, you're out too. Mr. Phelps, you had something, or have you talked?
No. I withdraw my request.
Okay. Page 14, moving right along. Ms. Pease?
Yes, this is one I wish people had it in writing, but I'll tell you my proposed wording here. In line 15, this is under the extent reasonably feasible. That first sentence in the middle resumes the reasonable efforts have been undertaken to comply with the regulation, and then I would put in and, insert and, the cost of, and then add additional measures to achieve, then continue with compliance, clearly outweigh the potential benefits to the public. And I would insert and, delete or, would unreasonably burden the proposed project, and I would insert based on the percentage of the measures to total project costs. Or the percentage cost of the measures to total project costs. And then I would continue with that definition.
One more time, please.
Okay. Starting with the first sentence. Under the circumstances, reasonable efforts have been undertaken to comply with the regulation, insert and the costs of, insert additional measures to achieve compliance, clearly outweigh the potential benefits to the public, insert and would unreasonably burden the proposed project, and insert based on the percentage cost of the measures to total project costs. And speaking to that, I don't think this changes the intent, but I think it makes it clear. The way I read the current wording, without those ands in there, you could say that reasonable efforts haven't been undertaken because the costs of compliance clearly outweigh the potential benefits. So my idea is that you will show that you have taken reasonable efforts to comply, and then it's additional measures that would be exorbitant in cost. And I thought it was important to put in some kind of way to determine if they're exorbitant. So that would be by comparing how much the measures cost compared to the total project.
Okay. Mr. Phelps.
My concern is with a formal channel or stream. And this is a question of staff, is that whenever I've heard this term used before, it's always referring to a formal stream, not a channel. So I'm presuming that by the virtue of changing this, there are no ephemeral streams in Anchorage. Rather, there's only ephemeral channels, and so you're using it very explicitly.
Okay. Maybe we can wait on the answer to that. I thought you were speaking to Ms. P's
I'm sorry.
issue, and we need to address that while we've got that language in our heads.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
This is a fairly important definition, I think, and I'd like to see it again after it's worked over rather than just approve it like it is, because this really gets into some of the stuff where the alternate methods come up and people quarrel over this way or that way and what it costs and that type of thing. So I think we really need to look at it again. But, you know, Ms. Pease gave it a very good improvement there.
Yes.
I just want to see it again, make sure we get it right.
Then let's hold it.
Yes, let's hold it.
Yeah, let's hold that one.
And get it back where we have the yellow line version of it with the changes.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, too, that I think it'd be useful for staff to look at the definition of feasible and prudent, because it's very similar to this in Alaska Administrative Code. They have worked this thing out over time in the language for coastal zone management, and it's been thrashed through for the last 10 years. And I will give them a citation reference. I just can't recall it offhand. But I would just suggest that they take a look at that language and see if there's anything that would be applicable from that language here.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Phelps. Ms. Pease.
Sorry, Madam Chair, that was all I had.
Okay, Mr. Isham.
I'm done.
Mr. Davis. Did you have something you wanted to say to us, Mr. Davis?
No, I don't.
Okay.
At the moment.
Mr. Phelps, do you have more?
Not on this one, no. On the page I do, but not in this
Okay.
section.
Then you may proceed.
Okay. Just going back to this ephemeral channel. And so I guess I'm concluding that there's no ephemeral streams in Anchorage. It's only ephemeral channels in Anchorage. That is a question, I suppose, because there is a distinction between the two.
I can't answer the question. I don't know the answer, and we'll probably have to hold that and get back to you.
Yeah. To me, I mean, I've never seen the use of the term ephemeral channel. Not to say it doesn't exist, I just haven't seen it. But there is an ephemeral stream, and you do probably want to define an ephemeral stream, and that's pretty standard language inside hydraulic literature. If you want to define the channel, I guess that's okay, but I would suggest if you're going to do that, I would add at the end of your sentence something on the line that's in your last sentence that says, and convey surface water flows for short durations only. Because right now, when you read the first part of that sentence, it's incomplete.
I apologize. Could you restate that last part?
Where it says a natural drainage reservoir is channelized with a part or this land, add, and convey surface water flows for short durations only, period.
Mr. Phelps, are you saying that we need to have two definitions in the ephemeral channel and the ephemeral?
What I'm suggesting is that they need to go back and think about as to whether they need to add a definition for ephemeral streams. I think they do, but I'm not saying they must at this point, but that's what you usually find inside the literature when you're referring to streams of a seasonal or periodic nature. They're ephemeral streams. So I know they exist in Anchorage, and so I think that you probably want to add that term. But if they're going to use the word ephemeral channel, I'm not opposed to that. I just think they need to add some additional clarification to the first sentence of that definition.
Okay,
We
then.
probably need to put a hold on both of those then.
Correct.
We see them again.
The ephemeral channel, and then proposing a new definition for ephemeral streams. Is that correct, Mr. Phelps? Okay. Any objections? Hearing none. Anything else on page 14? Hearing none. Moving on to page 15. Anything on 15? Hearing none. I'm turning the page quickly. Page 16. I'm sorry. Feel like a little kid not wanting your mother to notice that you snuck off.
Actually, I do.
On page 15?
It's on page 15, yeah.
Oh,
I think that on page 37 and 38, they need to check this, flood hazard area. That's correct. It's adjacent to a water course and includes those things, but it's as defined in the flood insurance maps approved by FEMA. So they need to complete that sentence there. So flood hazard area is a distinct thing, and as I recall, it's a distinct thing that's adopted as part of those flood hazard maps.
The staff has no objection.
Yeah, I'm just saying check on it. That's my recollection. Okay.
does anyone have any objection to that?
Do we want to see it again?
Can you say that again, Bruce?
Do we want to see?
Oh, do we want to see it again?
Yeah, but you want to see it again, because I'm not sure of the exact way to say that.
Okay.
But I recall it was described properly, but it's really a referencing to the flood hazard maps as adopted by FEMA.
And they have very specific
Very
language.
specific language.
And very specific maps,
And
too.
very specific maps, and so you use that word, you use it very explicitly.
Okay. Anything else on 15? Going once? Twice? 3 times. Page 16.
Are you on page 16?
I'm on page 16, and I'm waiting.
On the floodproofing and the floodway regulatory, I think you need to tie it back to those maps again. And they're tying it to the flood hazard overlay district. I think what it really does tie back to is that federal insurance program for the floodplain and floodway. It has a very explicit meaning in terms of that program.
I think you're right.
But I can't get you an exact wording right now. I just Star would have to check that out.
Apologize.
All of these 3 at the top with regard to flood issues, or certainly the second and third one.
And just to say, the entity you talk to in the state that's really like the guru in this is the Department of Community Development or Community Affairs. They actually have the FEMA program for this.
And there's probably a link on their homepage.
Yeah.
So we want to hold
Probably all 3 of them.
all 3 of those. Okay.
Anything related to the flood stuff, you want to take a very careful look at.
There are very specific federal requirements with regard to those.
Which almost every community adopts, and so you're referencing back to this original federal requirements.
Okay, anything else on 16? Hearing none, turning on to page 17. Mr. Davis.
Yes, the flood-related definitions are carryovers from current code, so we haven't made changes to them, but we will take a look at the FEMA references. Page 17, lines 38 through 40. I don't know if it was going to be raised tonight, but a commissioner raised questions about frontage primary on lines 38 through 40 on page 17, and we've conducted a check through the code. It is not used, and we recommend its deletion.
Right now, Mr. Davis is talking about page 17, lines 38 through 40, and staff is recommending deletion. Does the commission have any objection to that? I don't hear any objection. Okay, anything else on page 17? Don't hear anything? Turning to page 18. Anything on page 18?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
On page 18, lines 27 to 29, it seemed to me that the definition of greenbelt should include linear open space, tracts, or easements, not just those along natural features. And I say this because many subdivisions some subdivisions create greenbelts along interior lot lines. And with the Hillside District Plan, never mind, sorry, I was getting on to a different subject.
Do you want to retract your...
No, I want to expand this definition so that it includes linear open space tracts or easements along, I guess let's say along interior lot lines, and then ask staff if they want to massage it. But right now it just says you have to draw it along a naturally occurring feature or a railroad utility corridor. And that's, or a canal or scenic road.
Okay, so we probably want to put that on hold and relook at it when they redefine it, or add that additional stuff.
Yeah, or look at it and what it means.
Yeah, I would suggest that we look at the definition, because that definition is not inclusive. It's also confusing, too.
Agree.
Okay. Okay, anything else on page 18?
I've got one, the ground floor wall area, line 40. And I think clarification, does first floor mean ground floor in this definition?
I think it depends.
I apologize. Yes, that would be ground floor. In fact, the word first could be replaced by ground. It'd perhaps be easier to understand.
What were you suggesting, which words to replace?
On line 41, to replace the first floor with the ground floor, and that would still achieve the purpose of any standard in the code that uses that term.
Are you still on? What page are we on?
Okay, so is everybody happy with that?
18.
Okay.
We're on page 18. Could this mean if you have a tri-level house that the ground floor would be the bottom floor?
Madam Chair, the only time the term ground floor wall area is used is a standard requiring a minimum amount of windows on the ground floor of commercial buildings, stores. And it's very specific to that use. The term ground floor wall area is not something that is used widely in the code, so it wouldn't refer to dwellings.
Okay. All right, so sounds like everybody's happy with that. Anything else on page 18? If not, I'm turning the page. Page 19.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Oh, just a minute, Mr. Phelps beat you. Mr. Phelps.
No, that's okay. Go ahead, Nancy.
Ms. Pease.
Thank you. The hardscape area definition, lines 20 to 21, it uses the term to be defined in the definition. And there seems to be a missing conjunction, and basically this definition is not clear to me. But at the very least, it shouldn't define hardscape area as area in square feet of all hardscape.
Yes, through the chair, this definition and the one that follows it, hardscape perimeter. Hardscape area and hardscape perimeter are specifically for use in measuring required lighting in the lighting section. And the staff has looked at this definition and for both and recommend several wording changes to it. We don't use the term hardscape area or hardscape perimeter anywhere else in the code except for when we are establishing an exterior lighting section, how much lighting is required or allowed in a site plan. And so it's not used for establishing required landscaping or hardscape. We recommend that both definitions be changed in the following ways. To begin with the phrase, for the purpose of section 21.07.100, exterior lighting, and that phrase would clarify that these definitions are used only in that context, exterior lighting. And then on line 21, we're recommending some changes to the wording to try and clarify what's being said there. Basically, the main phrase of the definition reads, area in square feet of all hardscape, including any medians, walkways, landscape areas 10 feet or less in width within the hardscape area. And we recommended inserting a comma, so it would read, within the hardscape area, comma, which is used to calculate allowed lumens for the complete site method, period. The complete site method is a method for establishing a lighting allowance for a site, and it's explained in the lighting section. So we would recommend the sentence basically end with comma, which is used to calculate allowed lumens for the complete site method. All this is very technical. Lumens is the measurement of how much lighting is allowed. So everything on lines 20 and the beginning of the line 21 are used to calculate the allowed lumens for the complete site method. That's how we'd phrase it.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Frederick.
Ms. P's concern still stands, though. There is no definition of hardscape.
Yeah,
is it the same as hard surface?
Right.
Or am I just posing the right question, that we need a definition of hardscape? So that then you can have a definition of hardscape area and hardscape perimeter.
I'm thinking maybe this whole issue of hardscape needs to be set aside.
If we define hardscape to begin with as the
Right.
first thing, then we can use the term hardscape in the other areas.
And the other areas.
Perimeters, but we need to define hardscape.
If it's the same thing as hard surface, you could say that.
Are we going to sit here and make sausage?
But I don't know that that's true.
No. Okay. So, Ms. Pease.
Hold on, bring it back to us written out so we can read it.
Yes.
I got that conjunction and.
Right. And please, a definition for hardscape, please. And Mr. Phelps, in the queue.
Yeah, actually, I think a lot of the issues that I had were similar to the ones that Ms. Peace had, and also brought up by staff. And the solutions that were mentioned would seem to be adequate for me, at least. But I was still kind of not sure about when you said calculate the complete site method. When you said that, it immediately came to mind that, well, what is the complete site method? Then you explained it. And so I think you need to add a sentence at the end that says the complete site method is, or as defined in whatever, so that somebody looking at this for the first time knows that a complete site method refers to a particular thing defined somewhere else inside the code. That was my concern after all the other changes were made.
Mr. Weddleton, did you have something to add on this topic?
On this page, but not this topic.
Okay. Mr. Frederick, anything further on this topic?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Isham, on this topic?
Nothing.
Okay. Mr. Weddleton, you had something new on this page?
On the definition of household, line 37 through 40, the discussions with staff, what I understand now is you're still working on researching that. Is that correct?
That's correct. We're checking on the HUD and census definitions of household and family, and can bring that back to you. Clarify, change needs to be made.
Okay. So we can hold that.
Just as an aside, this probably was a proper definition 20 years ago.
Probably. They do change and are changing as we sit here. Who's next?
Where are we?
20?
Still on 19?
No, I was thinking, anybody else have anything else on this page?
No.
Guess not. Whew, page 20. We're almost within 5 pages of being halfway done.
Jeez. Madam Chair?
Yes.
Line 5 and line 9.
Mm-hmm.
I believe that should be expressed as the Department of Housing and Urban Development. Or HUD, as it's expressed below on line 28.
Okay, and where was the other place?
Line 5 and line 9.
Okay.
And then down on 28, it shouldn't be the HUD, it's HUD.
Yes, it is.
Yeah. I think when it says federal legislation, you really want to refer to the federal code as opposed to legislation.
Oh, that same the appears on line 22 also
Yes,
in
it
front
does.
of HUD.
Yeah. I thought I saw something else here that caught my eye.
And Mr. Sims said the other day they're putting the UD back in HUD, so that's important to get in there.
To put the what back in HUD?
Their motto is to put the UD back in HUD,
Put the UD back in HUD.
their new direction.
Yes. Okay, anything else on page 20?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, okay.
I discussed this with staff, but don't know if they have a response. Just would like to know how ironclad this senior housing division is, and particularly the last category, C, which is on lines 24 through basically, I guess, 30, deals with that. The idea that it's senior housing if there is one member of the household that's 55 or older. Pretty much means you can have a very young family with grandma living there, and it's senior housing. And I'm not sure that's the intent for purposes of the code, particularly with regard to driving. This is where it gets into Title 21. There's assumptions in our Title 21 that senior housing will not need the same amount of parking. And this part of the definition might need the usual amount of parking and so forth.
Mr. Davis.
This is the state and federal definition, and the advice we've been given is to follow that. And Part C includes requirements regarding publishing and adhering to policies and procedures. So it's much more than just any household that has older persons in it over age 55. We recommend following to that state and basically the federal definition. We have amended the parking reduction for senior housing to read that building units that meet the definition of housing for older persons that is intended for and solely occupied by persons 62 years of age or older are eligible for the parking reduction. So what we've done is we've gone into the code and where that term senior housing is used for the parking section, we've amended the standard to clarify that it's senior housing, but it's the senior housing for 62 years of age and older in order to get that parking reduction. Otherwise, we recommend that the definition just follow the state and federal definition.
Madam Chair, I guess I'm fine with that if the parking issue's been addressed, so no further comment on that.
Okay. Mr. Phelps, anything on page 20?
Well, I guess I'll go back to this definition for senior housing. One of the things I would suggest on line 23 where it says state or federal program is actually programs, that's plural. And I would advocate that the definition mirror that of used by the state and by the federal government. So I don't have a problem with the wording necessarily here. The problem or concern that I have is whether the wording is inclusive. It may be a paraphrasing of the whole programmatic statement that might be 2 pages long. And so you may want to think about giving a CFR reference if there's a long statutory discussion about this, or explanation, should I say. So my concern is not with what's being stated right here, it's whether by stating it in such an abbreviated fashion, you in fact are missing something as a requirement.
That's a good point.
So do we want to put that on hold or re-look at it?
We may. Mr. Davis, did you want to reply?
As far as I know, this was the AHFC definition. What we've done to it is we format the paragraph organization to fit as a paragraph, but other than that, I don't believe that we've paraphrased or summarized the language.
Okay.
If you wish, we can double check that.
One of the problems when we take language out that's in a current regulation or in a definition in some other agency's publication, that's a snapshot at this point in time, and especially if it's out of a federal regulation, is once we adopt it in our code, it becomes static. And it's there and it never changes. But the federal government all the time is changing those federal regulations. They're subject to change. And unless you have this code, the citation for the Code of Regulations section, a person would never know where to go to find out what a current definition may be. And this could be woefully obsolete, especially since we change our codes so infrequently. You know, it's taken us 20, 30 years to get around to changing this one. Or some of this is the first time. So I think Mr. Phelps' suggestion's a good one.
I just think that would be wise, since we do this, as you say, once every 25 years, to put a little bit more time into this to make sure we properly got this thing nailed, because I share your same concern, which is this is the definition now, but more than likely it's going to change, and you want to have some language in there. So we often use terms like and successor portions of the federal code or something like that, so we keep ourselves current with the code, because if you say the March 15th section adopted in 2005, that's it. That's what applies, and you're stuck with that, and you have real problems afterwards, because life goes on, but you're stuck with that 2005
Yes,
section.
you are. Yes, you are. Okay, so we're going to hold those sections about senior housing. Anything else on page 20?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
Impervious surface, lines 42 and 45. I talked to staff about this. I don't know if they came up with any changes. But it needs to be revised to be compatible with the definition on page 28, which has to do with permeable. So there's impervious and then there's permeable. The point being that some compacted soils are essentially impervious, even though they're soils, and some special pavers are designed to be pervious.
The staff would agree with those incompatibility in the two definitions. We would take that back and attempt to rework impervious surface definition to be potentially inclusive of these parking areas or concrete areas that are actually permeable surfaces, and attempt to make the definitions more parallel.
Okay. Anything else on page 20?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Improvement areas, it's on page 4, line 48. For the purposes of determining public improvement requirements, and I think you want to say, and providing those services. It's not done just for determining, it's actually more precisely done for providing those services.
Is there any disagreement with that?
Which line is that?
47 and 48.
Yeah, the part I'm concerned about is line 48, adding a phrase that describes the provision of such services. Do we want to see that again? I don't know. I think they can do it fine.
They could just add it at the end, couldn't they?
Yeah.
How'd you phrase that? Do it one more time. Sorry.
Oh, I'm going to say, and the term public, and providing such services, or providing public services.
Providing such services.
At the end of line 48.
Right.
Okay. Anything else on page 20? Ms. Pease, did you have something else on page 20?
No.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
All right. Page 21. Nothing on page 21?
Well, I've got a couple. Wait.
Well, speak up. Oh, you did. You're in the queue, and I'm fiddling around. Mr. Weddleton.
On the definition of industrial, both industrial and commercial have the include processing.
Mm-hmm.
And they could.
Perhaps. It would be nice to clarify the difference and then the phrasing in commercial definition had phrasing like it's an enterprise, and it said not necessarily for profit. And I just look for the definition of commercial industrial to be worded more parallel, so it's clear to someone what the difference is.
Mr. Davis?
Staff has no objection if the word to read instead of activity, we would read enterprise, and if not necessarily for profit it would make it more parallel to the commercial. I don't think it would be harmful to add that. Both commercial and industrial enterprises each may include processing, and I think it's fine to leave that in there the way these definitions are used.
And you suggested adding at the end, not necessarily for profit?
We have no strong objection to that. I can't think of an example, but I'm sure I can within a few moments, so I think it would be fine. It would make it more parallel.
Can you think of, I can think of at least one that's operating right now in our community.
What's that?
Chugach Electric.
That's not for profit?
It's not for profit, it's a cooperative.
Damn, fooled me.
No comment.
Is that an industrial use or is that a utility?
Well, it's on industrial property. Yes, it's an industrial use. Business bills. But cooperatives of any type are generally nonprofits, and so there are nonprofits.
Okay. I still have a question on this, or are we talking about an economic activity? It says an activity. To me, it's an economic activity. And to me, it's related functions and uses, not just uses, functions and uses.
Where are we?
It's actually functions and related uses.
Through the chair, I think what we're working over here is a definition from current code that's been carried forward, and I don't know how much review it's received. It's probably a carryover, and the proposed code, as you know, takes a great effort to categorize uses and has carefully laid out industrial uses and define them. And I'm not sure it's word for word current code, and sometimes current code language has been carried forward, and I think this must be a relic.
I really strongly suggest you go back to, I guess you call it null-applying definitions, and look at what they're saying nowadays, because this is not going to be consistent with what we use nowadays, is my guess. It doesn't look right, let's put it that way. And the same is true of commercial, by the way.
Well, shall we put a circle around this one to hold? I know next time we go through this, it'll be much faster.
I'm still thinking about economic activities that are not for profit.
That's true. Moving on.
We're moving on if nobody has anything else on page 20.
I have a brief one that Mr. Davis, I think, addressed in a phone call today, and I don't recall exactly where it came from. And the definition of landscaping includes furniture. Then the definition of landscaping maintenance does not refer to furniture in other facilities. And were you going to change that, or was that not actually relevant?
What we did was to look for the usage of the term landscaping maintenance, and found that the draft code doesn't use it, and we recommend deleting the term. Maintenance requirements for landscaping are laid out in the landscaping section for both the hardscape elements and the plants, so without the need for this term. So we recommend deleting the term in the definition. It's not used.
And that's landscaping maintenance.
Okay, and delete the term about the furniture?
No.
No. Okay. Anything else on page 21?
Yeah. Where was I here? This is on land disturbing activity, and it's on line 30. And to me, that second sentence is like a performance requirement that is not part of a definition. I don't disagree with the performance statement, but it sounds like it's not part of a definition to me.
I apologies, I lost my place. What line are you on?
Okay, and on page 21, on line 31, actually 30 and 31, beginning the sentence, within watershed management areas, land disturbing activities. And my point is, when I read that part of the sentence, is that that seems like a requirement as opposed to a definition. And if we're talking about definitions, I don't think it should be included there. I don't disagree with the concept. It just doesn't be appropriate as part of a definition.
Through the chair, we can take a look at that. I think that it's intending to clarify that land disturbing activity is interpreted in the code to mean any clear cutting of trees. So we would interpret clear cutting of trees as a land disturbing activity. I think it's the word shall include that makes it sound more like a standard than it really is.
Well, if you want to do that, you say, and that may cause or contribute to sedimentation or to the cutting of trees or something like that. But make it part of the definition.
We can work on that.
Okay.
Okay, so we're going to hold that one. Anything else on page 21? Hearing none, we will turn the page to page 22. Any changes here?
Well, I'm sure this is really petty, but I can't help myself. We don't need the Latin definition of dogs.
We don't need to do what?
The Latin definition of dogs in line 3 is just, it's comical.
Not dogs. I agree. And
well, I think, this comes from there was a big battle over large domestic animal, and I think this probably is straight out of that, and that dogs was in there, and I would never tamper with this.
What, you mean moving the, I don't get, well, all right, definitely as far as animals, equinus and whatever, aren't divine bovanus, but dogs are, but that's all right.
no, with that ordinance is fragile. Okay. So
if it's like
we'll leave it alone.
I'll just be amused.
It's best to leave it alone. Okay, anything else on page 22?
I'll let Mr. Davis address this, but we had some discussion about lot, parcel, and tract, and that also ties into comments from Ms. Wells that I handed out at the last meeting. And I accept staff's recommendations.
Mr. Davis?
Yes, the comment, I believe, was suggestions to use language from the current subdivision section and go back in and replace the proposed definitions for lot and parcel with the current subdivision code.
Mm-hmm.
However, throughout the code project, we've been using the draft language that you see in the public hearing draft, where basically there's a definition for lot, and then the definition for parcel is simply a reference back to that definition, so that they're basically interchangeable. And so the way it's been used throughout the code is that in many cases it may say a lot, or it may say parcel, and it may establish a standard. And if we change the definition now to where they don't mean the same thing, we would have to go back through the draft code and basically have to write in lot and or parcel, or tract, write them all rather than just stating one of them. It could have implications throughout the code because these terms are used interchangeably. We recommend leaving them a little bit looser and interchangeable and avoiding breaking out separate definitions for them.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Phelps, did you wish to speak on this matter?
Well, I guess just a little bit, to me at least, when you use the word tract, it means something very explicit inside a subdivision plat. So I guess that staff has pondered this, and you have concluded that the use of the word lot to include the concept of a tract, which is a legal entity as part of a subdivision, is appropriate.
Tract is more difficult, and
because a lot is not a tract, and a tract is not a lot in the subdivision plat.
right, we do recommend that lot and parcel be interchangeable.
That's fine.
But the word tract may need a second look. Now, tract, let's see, where is
Yeah, the concern is not with the word plot or parcel. You can get away with that, but tract means something very explicit.
A tract is defined on page 49, and it is defined separately.
And you want to take it out of this.
And what we could do is, back on page 22 on line 18, line 17, 18 state that the term lot includes plot or parcel, and then period. And then in a separate sentence say, see also tract. See also tract would allow the user to refer back to page 41 to the definition of tract, which is different and has been reviewed.
I think that would be wise. I think to be wise. Otherwise, you've got this discrepancy going on. And I think you want to say tract as defined on page X or something like that, so it gets them back to a very explicit reference to tract.
Okay, is there any objection to that proposed change to the definition of lot?
Well, actually, clarification on that. Now, my understanding is plot was going to be deleted because it's not actually used.
Well, just as I was reading that, I realized that, yes, I remember that we have, in response to those comments, looked for the use of the word plot, and it appears that plots, as Bobby Wells pointed out, plots seems to be a carryover or relic from current code. We can't find its use in the body of the new ordinance, and it's not harmful to leave it there, but it doesn't appear to be a term that needs to be defined.
I think it's an old relic going back before we had site plans. They had plot plans, and it wasn't a plat. It was just a drawing of what was on the lot.
There still are plot plans.
Yeah, we just talked about that, didn't we?
I know, but they're really old.
Don't we refer to that as sign?
You do them all the time? Yep. Well, apparently that's...
A plot plan is a pre-development description of the site, and an as-built is what you do after you develop.
Right. The as-built is the more formal document.
No, they're both formal. One's as formal as the other. It's done by a surveyor.
Well, we don't see plot plans, so...
Chime in, Deb. Am I not right?
Who does?
We use them all the time. Every building permit has a plot plan come in.
Do you have your microphone on?
Yeah, we use them all the time, Madam Chair. Every building permit that comes in, they have a plot plan, and it's exactly as Mr. Frederick described. It's the pre-construction layout and the proposed construction on the lot.
Right.
Okay.
So it seems like you're going to have a separate definition for plot then.
Yeah,
We'll keep it out of this.
It's just that it's something we don't normally see as part of our review. We might once in a while see an as-built, but of something. Mr. Davis.
Staff would like direction to go back and take a look at potential of adding a definition for plot plan and removing plot. One of our key criteria will be whether or not the term plot plan is used in the code, in this code. If it's not used in this code, then we wouldn't define it in this code.
It's probably used in Title 23. Is that the Title 23 where the building...
Yes, it might be used in the building code. It might be in our code, and we haven't defined it, but we'd like to find it, and if it's there, define it.
Okay.
But you know, I mean, it's used quite a bit, and even though it might not be in Title 21, it's used so often, it might be appropriate to include a reference to a plot plan and then say, see X in Title 23. And that way they have a cross-reference back to the plot plan. But it is used a lot, actually.
Yeah, well, people will refer to them.
And the other thing I mentioned is that you say as an individual unit. I think there's a better term than that. And if you want to take a look at the normal definitions of lot, and I don't think it uses the word individual unit.
Okay, sounds like that's going to be put on hold.
Well, I might, just a real quick thing is we just looked at this thing on the variance for the sign plan, and it talks about an as-built or plot plan survey. So if it's not in there now, it'll be in there soon.
Good catch, John. Guess we better have a definition for it. Mr. Phelps?
No.
No. Okay, anything else on page 22? Hearing none, moving on to page 23. We are now halfway done. Anything here? Apparently not. 24. Anything here?
One thing, and that's on a major drainage way. It gets back to the issue about ephemeral streams and channels, and just check to make sure that the cross-reference is proper there.
Okay.
And I had some stuff too. I'm on the queue.
You have something where, Ms. Dean?
I'm on the queue too for 24.
I see you. Yes, you may go ahead.
Through the chair, you list manufactured homes. You don't list modular homes, and you don't list mobile homes. Your manufactured home definition, I feel, is correct. HUD is a lower standard than a modular home. There are modular homes also built in this town. And a modular home is built to current building codes, the full IBC or IRC code. Whereas HUD code is 2x4 construction or less, lower insulation, everything else. They also can be assembled on site. Manufactured homes can, so can modular homes. Now, a modular home is generally built in any type of zoning in Anchorage for residential, whereas a manufactured home, you're probably trying to catch them in currently R5. I don't know where the plan is for the future code, but you might want to define mobile home or say manufactured home or mobile home. And you may also want to define modular homes so that the modular home people that are currently setting their product anywhere in Anchorage are not limited to only manufactured home zoning locations.
Okay. Mr. Phelps?
No.
Do you agree with me?
We don't disagree. We're trying to figure out where the definition of mobile home is. I guess what we need to do is...
But we also need to include the modular home situation because they're built to full building codes.
It may be...
And we don't want to let them be limited to only building and, setting their facilities in places that only manufactured homes can be.
Right. It may have been the intent that all those were included here in the term of manufactured home, and that may or may not have been the accurate way to do it. So I guess we'll have to go back and look at mobile home, modular home, manufactured home, see how they're defined in the greater community or by regulations, federal regulations.
And by the building code that we use here in town, too.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Dean?
when we contemplated the idea of the manufactured home, the mobile home, and the modular home, the modular home meeting the current building code standards could be placed anywhere, so it would be considered just like a stick-built structure because it gets the permit, it gets the inspections, just as any other stick-built structure. So there is no distinction there, and we didn't feel there was a need to define it that way. Maybe that's something we'll have to look at. Again, the mobile home, and we're trying to find it right now, we discussed the mobile home definition, and that related to a pre-1973, 76 type of construction, which is quite a bit different than what you see in the manufactured home now. And I think we did, what section did we define it in? Chapter 5, the use districts. So the only thing we have in the actual definitions are the manufactured home.
Through the chair, though, we are required to pull building permits for setting a manufactured home. We do have to have the foundation inspected, and the tie-downs, utility hookups, and all those things do have to be inspected.
That is correct.
Whereas a modular home, like you said, is a full building permit with full inspections. But they're still assembled, and so manufactured homes can also be assembled on site. It does say here that they're constructed entirely in a controlled factory environment. And that's not completely true for a manufactured home.
Well, it sounds like this is one we're going to be holding.
Madam Chair, my reason for bringing this up is just because the R5 zoning in Anchorage is where we currently have manufactured homes and mobile homes. And I don't want to see modular home people limited to just those same zonings in the future code.
And we shouldn't, that people should have housing choice throughout the municipality. Mr. Phelps.
I have a concern about the word maintenance easement. The first part of the concern is on line 14 where it says an easement. I can't even pronounce the word, but we don't use that word very often. I mean, it's used legally, but we use more common words for that now. And we don't think of a maintenance easement as in the way described here. I mean, a maintenance easement is essentially a reservation of a right, in this case the municipality, that authorizes or restricts certain uses for the purpose of maintaining, repairing, or reconstructing a structure or other uses on the affected lot. It's different than what you're saying here. And I think that, you need to go back and rethink this particular statement of what an easement is, because it doesn't track with the usual definition of what an easement is. So you talk to your attorney about this, and they'll describe it as being different than what you see right here.
Okay. Mr. Davis is in the queue. I need to acknowledge him.
Yes, Commissioner Phelps, we will go back and do that. We want to make sure we have clear direction on manufactured home. My understanding is that what we will do is first we will double check the need to define mobile home. And what we believe we've done is to basically define it as a use type in Chapter 5, so it wouldn't appear here. We'll double check and see if that works. Secondly, on modular home, we will check to see that it hasn't fallen through the cracks. What we believe we've done is, our intent through all this is that modular home is basically going to be permitted as would be any stick-built house, and wouldn't be something that we necessarily want to regulate or define differently. But we will double check that and make sure that it's clear that modular home, if that's the intent, that modular home it's clear that it's included in with the other stick-built housing and not included in manufactured home or its definition. Thirdly, we'll check this manufactured home definition and make sure that look to see where it needs revisions, and we'll take a look at this phrase, constructed entirely in a controlled factory environment, and other parts of this, and make sure that we come out with an accurate definition. Is that okay? Okay, we'll do that.
Okay, and you addressed Mr. Phelps' concern about the maintenance easement?
Yes, we will. We'll have to come back to you.
Okay. And when you're dealing with the definition of manufactured home, we might as well couple with it the manufactured home community. I think that you have that pretty well defined there, but they kind of go together. Okay, Ms. Pease.
I just wanted to chime in on maintenance easement definition. The words former lot or parcel were unclear to me, so when you look at that one, please try to make that a little clearer.
Correct. It was a little awkward.
I'm sorry, I missed that.
Please, when you look at the definition of maintenance easement, look at your use of the term the former lot or parcel. It was unclear to me.
Okay. Anything else on page 24?
Madam Chair.
Yes.
If you look at line 22, they use the term successor documents, and that may be a good term to use in those things where you're quoting some federal regulation or something that's liable to change. So if you use the term successor documents, that'll always ensure that they refer to the most current document that's available.
And that's what we do a lot because of that problem.
Yeah.
Excellent suggestion, Mr. Isham. Anything else on page 24? If not, we'll move on to page 25.
Just one thing on page 24, where it says maximum extent feasible. I would suggest that staff take a look again at that language that we have inside Alaska Code. It actually defines maximum extent feasible. You may want to use some of that language. I will try and look it up in some of the citation, just like any other area too.
Is this maximum extent feasible?
Yeah. They've got this stuff defined after lots of political harangue for like about 10 years.
So you're suggesting we hold that?
I apologize. Is that in the state code? What code is that?
It's going to be the Alaska State Administrative Code. It's going to be in the section of coastal zone management. I think it's 41 AAC, but I just can't remember the exact citation. But there's a whole list of definitions, and what I'll do is I'll try to find what that list of definitions is, and they have linked these concepts a great deal in terms of state projects, and you may get some useful concepts from those definitions.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Frederick?
That one, maximum extent feasible, is also out of order alphabetically.
Yes, it is. That's why I couldn't find it.
My God.
Sharp eyes at this late hour. Okay, going once, twice, third time. Anything else on page 24? And then now we're really on page 25. Did you have something on page 25, Mr. Frederick?
No, ma'am.
Okay. Does anyone need to take a break, or do we want to just keep plowing on? Looks like we need a stretch. Let's stretch. A short stretch break, because we only have an hour until we have to adjourn. Okay. We'll keep moving. Okay. It's time to go back to work. Now, we are in a time crunch. We have 55 minutes left to do work before we need to adjourn tonight. And it would be so great if we could get done with this. Ms. Pease, how many more questions do you have?
15.
I thought you started with 15. What are they doing?
I didn't count them.
You didn't count them. Okay, think really hard about them. Mr. Weddleton, how many more do you have?
How many did Commissioner Pease have?
15.
Then I have 16. I have about 16, but most are very, very brief.
Okay, I would like to get this done tonight. Do you believe in miracles?
Won't take care
Let's
of
do it. All right, let's get busy. We're on page 25, and this is like speed dating now. Let's go. Tick-tock.
Madam.
Tick-tock. Yes, Ms. Pease.
Mixed use has now been replaced by staff's new definition.
Right.
And the last line just seems to me to be missing a verb. So I think it should read, I'll start with the line above, planned as a unified complementary whole and functionally integrated to facilitate, add the word facilitate, to facilitate the use of shared vehicle and pedestrian access in parking areas.
Any problem with that?
No objection.
I didn't hear any. Okay. Anything else on page 25? I don't hear any. Okay, moving on. Page 26. Anything on that page?
Yes, Madam Chair. I had earlier, like months ago, asked for a definition of open space, public, and would request that staff consider this. Part of the purpose being is that the Hillside District Plan may implement bonus densities based on public open space as opposed to private open space.
Okay, have you provided staff with some proposed language for that?
Nope, I haven't.
Okay. You want to read it?
I do not have proposed language. I
Then will you send it to them? Or you're asking them to do it?
Ask them to do it. It was in a previous earlier draft of the Title 21 revision, I believe. There was discussion of public open space. So I'm asking for them to look at the standard definitions used in other cities' codes.
Okay, can you do that, Mr. Davis?
Yes, we can look into it. We may have, we may come back with concerns about adding a definition for something that is not yet in the code. If it may be added in the future as a result of the Hillside District Plan, then we could add the standard and the definition later. But part of that will be searching our code, see whether the term is used right now. But we'll look at it.
Thank you.
Okay. Anything else on page 26?
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Frederick.
There's a term that's on the addendum sheet that is a new term that would be on this page, ordinary high water mark.
Yes, that's right in the middle of the page.
Yeah.
Okay, is there any objection to that? I don't hear any. Okay. Anything else on page 26? Hearing none, we're on page 27 now. Anything on page 27, Mr. Phelps? Is your microphone on?
On line 20 on the parking facilities where it says permit, we've tried a different word than that. I'm not sure what it means, and there's got to be a simpler word than that.
Other than appurtenant? Okay. Okay, and any objection to researching another word for that?
We can do that.
Okay. I know lawyers like that word. Anything else on page 27? Okay, moving on, page 28. We've already taken out for hold the permeable surface.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I know we took it out, but I had one question on that they might massage while they're doing the rest of it.
Mm-hmm.
On the end of line 27 where it says at a rate equal or greater than that of lawn turf, it doesn't sound like much of a standard to me. I mean, one lawn turf might be very permeable and another might not be. So if that's a standard, it doesn't make much sense to me.
Okay. Anything else on page 28? Okay. Mr. Eichner?
Madam Chair, on permeable surface, are we putting that on hold?
Yes, it is on hold. Okay. Page 29.
I've got one there.
You what?
I've got a small one on line 21.
21, line 21?
Right, under plan site, where it talks about interior vehicle, pedestrian, and I'd add and bicycle access.
Is there any objection to that? Okay, hearing none, that's added. Anything else on page 29?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay.
2 points. With the definition of physical access on lines 5 and 6, the words having physical access means being. And then I just wanted to ask for additional clarification here. My understanding of it is that it may not be a platted or a legal road, and wanted staff to clarify that.
Yes, this term is carried forward from the current code, and it's related to the subdivision standards. I believe the term we're now using is street, and the word road is not necessarily the right word to use anymore. We've defined street. Street may be platted, it may be private, and I don't think it's necessary for us to put in words as to the effect of platted, but the word term street would, I believe, would ensure that it provides access, and it could be a private street that's not platted, but that would still meet our street standards.
I would, Madam Chair, we substitute street for the word road and delete those first 5 words. I'm fine with that.
So where would that sentence start?
Adjacent. Or it could say a lot adjacent.
Well, I think it needs to start with physical access.
It just repeats. I don't. It doesn't matter to me. I'm not going to. You just don't usually start the definition with the definition.
Okay.
Being
It's just editing. Could say a lot adjacent to a street. Because I think this is a land use application, not physically accessible in terms of universal access.
Yes, it doesn't have to be a lot. It would be more appropriate means being adjacent to a street. But you need to have both physical and legal access to a street. And having any kind of physical access as well as this legal access, that's why you have the part where it connects into a publicly dedicated and improved street. So as long as it's grammatically correct, I think the way you want to change it is okay.
All right.
All right. Any objections? Let's keep going. Anything else on page 29?
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Isham.
I've never heard the term pillow as sleeping accommodation for one person. Is this really, is this true?
And where are you seeing that?
It's on line 7.
Oh, yeah, a sleeping accommodation for one person. No.
It is used. It started with Girdwood, and I forget which type of lodging that it's used in, but it is a term that's used in the code and helps with some of our standards, believe it or not. So.
Oh, what? Right. Okay.
Okay.
Whatever you say, Mr. Davis. Anything else on page 29, Ms. Pease?
Yes, the definition of site plan. I wondered about the use of the word may in line 20, and the reason I asked this is I thought that our code required site plans, and the intent was to make sure that the site plan is complete. So I wondered whether we don't mean shall. Aren't there minimum standards that we want on every site plan, and don't we want to define it here rather than define it in the various sections of code?
Yes, through the chair. Right now we are just defining the site plan in sort of a general way, and the intent is that the Title 21 User's Guide will lay out specific submittal requirements. In addition, the sections, for example, the parking section, the landscaping section, they lay out to some degree what's expected. But it has been the intent that it will be the user's guide that lays out the submittal requirements, including what a site plan shall include. Some of the elements on this list won't be needed on each and every site plan. And so using the term shall include would imply that they all need to be there. And it also implies that it's a standard. Right now we're just trying to define what is a site plan in a general way and leave the standards to the user's guide.
That makes sense to me. I wonder if you want to reference the user's guide as the place that a person would look for the complete requirements in a given application.
That wouldn't be inaccurate. Some of the submittal requirements also appear in, for example, the landscaping section. There's a landscaping plan, and there's a parking lot plan at the beginning of the parking lot section. And to some degree, if you reference one, you start after referencing other things as well.
Okay, I guess the applicant will have to go imaging. No further comments on this one, then. Doesn't seem to be an easy fix.
Okay. Anything further on this page?
Yeah.
Mr.
On the plural plat, I'm surprised that we have such a short definition of a preliminary plat, and we have a longer definition associated with a proposed plat or a proposed plan of development. It seems like a preliminary plat should include some of the features that are described on line 27. And so I can't do the wording right now, but I think that the term preliminary plat should be enlarged in terms of its description to include some of the features that are associated with the normal platting process or plat as described on lines 27 and 28. So that'd be one comment I would make. On the platting authority, line 40, where it says the municipal platting board, director, or other board so designated by the assembly I think you want to say responsible for subdivision and plating. It doesn't really define what that entity is, but that's what the entity is responsible for subdivision and plating. And I'm surprised that we're using the definition for a final plat that we have right here. I mean, have we gone back to the normal definition of terms that we have in our normal plating definitions that would be used like in the APA, for example, and looked at those to see if they correspond with the definitions that are used here?
So what was your last question?
Well, I guess it's a general observation that these terms, that these descriptions of the various things like preliminary plat, final plat, and plat, they don't seem to be the type of definitions that we would normally use. They seem somewhat archaic to me. And I'm just wondering whether or not we've gone back and checked to see how a plat is usually defined in the technical literature. This doesn't look right to me. It looks archaic.
We can go back and look at the literature and see if there's a more modern and comprehensive way of.
Because to me, a final plat is something different than just what's described here. Anyway, I would suggest going back and taking a look at the usual APA definitions that are used for platting, preliminary plats, and what have you, to use those definitions if possible.
That would be that these definitions are carryovers from current code.
I think that's correct.
And how they got in the current code is they were carried over from the city and borough code.
That's right. Now would be the time to go back and see what the usual definition is for a preliminary plat.
So we're going to put all three of those on hold.
Yeah.
All three of those, yes. And I agree with the platting authority definition. We kind of need to look at that a little bit.
Yeah, we do.
Because there are many instances where the Planning Commission has specific platting authority, and there needs to be perhaps a more a generic definition for that. Like Mr. Phelps suggested, the entity responsible for platting, because it's all defined from in Title 21, and from time to time it changes. It gets different parts of it gets delegated to other entities, and that would keep from having to amend this part of the code frequently. Okay, Mr. Isham. You're done. Okay, anything else on page 29? We lost a little time on page 29. Okay, page 30. Ms. Pease.
Very quickly, down on line 41 under public use easement, do we need to insert public utility, or is that covered by under public or governmental entity? I just don't know what something like Chugach Electric Association is.
A public use easement, I think, is different than a utility easement.
It's a right of access usually
Okay,
by the public.
So we don't want public utility in that line then. Okay?
Anything else on this page?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, Mr. Frederick.
On lines 9, 10, and 11, 12, I'm not sure I understand, unless both terms are used in the code someplace, why they seem interchangeable. Principal building and principal structure.
We probably need to have those compared and checked.
And porch, we've moved on. The definition of porch, I think we discussed a little bit in terms of balcony and so on.
Yes.
Staff's understanding is that we will illustrate and possibly look at any clarifications on that definition.
Yes, and in the earlier we had adding a definition for decks, including those that, have supports. I was going to say legs. Okay, anything else on 30? No. 31. Going once?
Yep.
Mr. Phelps?
On 32, residential lot, a lot developed with a residential use, don't we have residential lots that are also undeveloped?
You're right.
So you want to change that definition?
Yes.
Through the chair, that may depend on how it's used. It may actually be a term related to a developed lot. We can research that and get back with you.
Yeah, but if it is a term of art, you want to describe it that way, because just looking at it right now, this looks wrong.
Yeah, whether it's designated or developed, you need to have a little better explanation. Okay. Anything else on 31?
Just to specify, we talked to Mr. Davis about residential subdivision line 34 through 36, and it refers to TA for Turnagain Arm, and when we approved that plan for Turnagain Arm, we added a couple of zonings were added, like for the homestead residential or something. That
they needed to be added here.
And Girdwood, too.
I'm sorry, what did you say?
And Girdwood also, they have different zoning.
Right, that's what we're referring to here for the Turnagain Arm, is the different Girdwood zonings.
Yeah.
Okay. They have a whole bunch of them. We probably could use a chart for this rather than having them all delineated in this section. Okay. Anything else on page 31?
Well, it's actually on 31 and 32, rezonings.
Okay.
And so it's an amendment to the map and or text of this title. Why would it be an amendment to the text? Amendment to the map, I understand, but why text? If it's a text, isn't it to the zoning ordinance? So a zoning map amendment to me means the amendment to the zoning map, and amendment to the zoning ordinance is an amendment to the zoning ordinance. You can't use the word rezoning to refer to both. It has to be separate, or should be separate.
Because a rezoning doesn't change the code at all.
That's correct. It changes the map.
Changes the map, but not the code.
Right.
That may not always be correct. In the Hillside District Plan, we're talking about an overlay district, which would be written to describe what that is in text, and then it would be, boundaries of it would be on the map, but you would also have text associated with it.
No, it would be separate.
It would be separate, and it's not changing the code. It's not changing Title 21.
You're going to have to do two things to effectuate what you're talking about. You're going to have to do a zoning map change and a zoning text change.
And because this says zoning map change, it belongs somewhere else.
It says rezoning, rezoning really is only to the zoning map.
Well, an overlay district, we were told, is a rezoning.
It is.
That would require both.
It is to the map, correct.
It affects the
But it
map.
also involves an ordinance, which is different than the map.
Staff can take a look at this and see if there's where this came from and find out if there's any kind of instance where this would actually include the code. Otherwise, we can bring it back and recommend it be deleted and or text be deleted.
I think you want to distinguish between a zoning map amendment and a zoning text amendment, and a zoning map amendment is referred to as being a rezoning.
Correct. And it would just involve taking out the words and or text of this title.
Right.
And, because then it would read an amendment to the zoning map to affect a change in the boundaries of any zoning district.
But you delete the words or the zone classification.
Or the zone, right, or the zone
You delete that.
Yes.
And then probably going to have to add something that says zoning ordinance amendment, so you capture that as well, too.
Because that's different.
That's different.
And is that where you would capture the definition of that overlay?
Yep.
Zoning ordinance?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Anything else on page 32?
Madam Chair, we yet need to add roof off of the E1 form, the single page.
Yeah.
On page 32 or 31?
It's on 32.
32.
Roof.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, also on runway where it says on line 8, a defined area on land or water prepared. It's not prepared on water. It's a defined area or land or water intended for use for aircraft, for landing and takeoff of aircraft. It's not prepared.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yes, Mr. Frederick.
17, secondary building.
Yes.
I'm not familiar with that term, and it may have showed up in the new code.
I have a notation, this is going to go away.
It's going to go away.
It is redundant to building accessory.
Yeah.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay.
That was my follow-up. Where did I miss that?
We talked about it earlier, back
Yes.
under building.
A few hours ago.
Short-term memory loss.
All right. Anything else on 32?
Is setback really described properly?
Is what described?
Setback? The minimum required or maximum allowed distance?
The minimum required or maximum allowed?
Do we actually do it that way?
I have no idea.
This is, to the chair, this is code language adapted from what we see in other communities that have both a maximum and a minimum setback, which the code now does include both. And so the dimensional standards chapter includes both a minimum setback and a maximum setback. And so what this has done is to adapt language from several sources and uses elsewhere to basically accommodates both.
It is confusing though, because I guess I don't usually think about what you could say. The minimum distance between any structure and a lot line, then you can say consisting of a minimum required or maximum allowed. You could do that. So you get the concept of a setback out first, then distinguish between a minimum and a maximum.
I'm sorry, could you restate that?
Well, what I'm saying is that it gets confusing to think about this as a minimum required and maximum allowed. I think you want to get the definition of a setback out first, say that first. And then in the second sentence, you would say that they could be either minimum or maximum, and then define that, or describe that.
So does this section need some work?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll put a circle around it. Hold. Anything else on page 32? If not, moving on. 33. Okay.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Okay, jump right out there.
Lines 25 and 26 under sign, changeable copy, seems to me a policy, not a definition, and I'm guessing that it's probably in Title 21 code, but I don't know if it strikes anyone else that way or not.
Yeah, it does me.
Yeah, that
Yes.
last sign, last paragraph.
Yep.
Last sentence.
Yeah.
So the last sentence is going to go goodbye? Does anybody object?
Unless staff finds that it's part, unless it's restated, but right now it reads as policy, may not.
That's, Madam Chair, that's the way the current code reads.
I know, but...
Well, maybe it's going to change.
Isn't that why we're doing this?
That's right.
Okay.
Madam Chair, we need to add site obscuring from the E1 document to G.
Site obscuring.
It would be
Okay.
after site triangle distance,
And-
between line 5 and 6.
Between, okay. Is there any objection to that?
I apologize, I just missed that.
We're going to add site obscuring on page 33 between lines 5 and 6,
And it comes off the E1 document.
the E1 document. Okay, any objection? Hearing none. Anything else on 33? Moving on.
Excuse me. On the site distance triangle, I think you want to go back and take a look at that one again. It's not necessarily a triangular shaped portion of land. And it's an area of land at the intersection of two streets, the purpose of which is to ensure that motorists, anyone leaving the intersection, their sight is not obstructed. So you want to, I think, go back and talk to traffic engineering about that definition on the site triangle. And I think it's only on streets by code.
Okay. Anything else on 33? I'm turning the page now. 34.
Yes.
Okay, Ms. Pease.
On portable signs, I think line 24 has some extra words. I think it should read, a portable sign also includes inflatable devices and mobile signs such as parked trailers or vehicles. Delete which includes signs. And just continue which are visible from the public right of way unless ...
Okay. Any objection to removing those extra words?
Yes. I think it basically, you're saying mobile signs such as parked vehicles, trailers, which include signs which are visible from the public right of way unless such vehicle is used. It seems to me that it's not redundant.
Oh, I guess if you're saying parked trailers or vehicles which are decorated and are visible, I guess that's what you're saying. It's odd to think of a parked trailer or vehicle including a sign. I guess what it should be
all the time.
Designed as a sign, or not designed, decorated. I'm fumbling for the word. Such as parked trailers or vehicles with graphic signage or something like that. Maybe staff could.
We recommend treading really lightly on the sign ordinance definitions, including this one. It may seem awkward. It's in use. What we've attempted to do is to stay away from the sign code at this point and its definitions.
Okay, I'll just pass on that one then.
Okay.
Accept it as is.
Anything else on this page? Mr. Morrison?
Yeah, I'll address the other one just real briefly. What they were trying to accomplish on the other one is so somebody wouldn't take a vehicle, paint a sign on the vehicle, park it out in the lot, and leave it there permanently so it becomes a sign. That's what they were trying to avoid happen. But if you had a vehicle such as FedEx that has a big sign that says FedEx inside of it, you're using it for delivery, it was okay if it parked on the lot as long as it was going in and out for use. So that's what they were trying to define on that particular issue. But I want to bring up, there's one other thing that came up in the site notice quite frequently is a definition of a thing called a pole wrap. And now, as part of the ordinance, you cannot have a sign, or if you modify your sign, if it has just a straight pole, it can't have just a straight pole anymore. It has to have some kind of decoration over it, what they call as a pole wrap. So you probably need to add pole wrap as a definition in here. You can probably go back to the sign ordinance and find where they refer to that.
Okay. Any objection to that? don't hear any. Mr. Davis?
I don't have any
Okay, Ms.
action.
Keys, anything else on page 34?
Yes, Madam Chair, I wanted to ask staff if on line 37, temporarily is defined anywhere, because otherwise you're defining temporary with only temporarily. And some of those signs that seem to be of limited durability, like, plastic banner signs, are put up for months and months. So I'd like staff to look at clarifying temporarily. Maybe that's in code somewhere, I'm not sure. So I'd ask for a hold and clarification on that.
Okay, anything else on page 34? Mr. Phelps, did you have something on there?
No, I'm 34, I'm on 35.
Okay, page 35. Mr. Phelps.
Okay, this is on site plan review, and of course you need a definition for a site plan that is undefined there, but I presume that you're going to add that. And there's a couple of reactions I have to the site plan review. I would say the process whereby not D, but a reviewing authority reviews site plans and take out the word and maps, because you define and maps under site plans, and take out maps of the developer, because site plans are often not a developer but the municipality language of the state of Alaska. And then where it identifies the purposes, like to ensure they meet the state purposes and standards of the zone, I think what you need to do is go back and look and find out when we require site plans, and then once you identify that, you can identify the purposes that are associated with the site plans. And I don't think these purposes here are the ones that are related to what we're trying to get out of site plans in the times that we require them. So like, for example, if you're doing a site plan review of a school, it's going to be for the efficient operation of that educational facility. So you can generalize that, of course, but I think you need to go back and look at your site plan requirements required in code, and then match those standards there with whatever it is they're trying to attain in that section of code. There's probably a bunch of sections.
Oh.
One of our principal objectives is not to protect and preserve topographic features. That I know we're not trying to do it for that purpose, so I think we're doing it for other purposes, and we just need to identify those.
Okay, Ms. Keys, you were in the queue.
Sorry, next page.
Okay, just a minute. Mr. Weddleton, did you have something?
I'm sorry. Yeah, just briefly on that, I'm going to be offering some wording. I suggested a change where it would, starting in line 14, where it said they meet the delete stated for purposes and standards of the zone as stated in code and the comprehensive plan, and then delete the rest. Does that get you where you want to go?
No, because a lot of this stuff is not related to the zone. It's related to something else entirely. And so that's why I'm asking them to go back and match up the site plan requirement with the objectives for particular sections of the code, and then identify those in a general way.
Okay, this is going to need to come back.
It's going to have to come back.
Yes. Okay. Anything else on 35? Apparently not. 36. 10 pages to go in 15 minutes.
Madam Chair, we need to add story below grade line to page 36.
Okay.
Oh, we got a change. Oh, we got a change here.
Yes.
Yeah, if you look at E1, it's different.
It's on there.
Yeah. So line 42 needs to be replaced with what's on E1, if we agree that that's what it is.
Replace with E1. Okay.
What page are we on?
36.
36.
Okay. I've got a concern with special limitation. You need to go back to the section of the code that deals with special limitations and make sure that we reflect that section of code here. It's like, for example, as I recall, it's not just site design standards. it may be timing restrictions or other restrictions that are allowed under that section of the code. And because this definition is going to be, it's going to limit your authorities, you need to be sure that this definition reflects exactly what the authority statement is for special limitations.
Okay, anything else on page 36?
Yes, Madam Chair. I found that I would ask staff review or rework the start of construction definition. I just found it very confusing.
Okay.
There's talk of the building permit issuance date and then the actual start, and then there are about 12 or 14 exemptions. It does not include this. So what does it include? Please clarify. Or make it easier to read.
Okay. Anything else on 36? Okay, 37.
Yes, Madam Chair. I don't know if staff finds a need, but I thought that there should be a second, two categories under arterial street, distinguishing between major and minor arterials. And staff would need to find out if this is important with regard to code, but it just seems that we have some minor arterials that are built with driveways and are the only option for local traffic. And traffic turning to local destinations must be accommodated on those roads. Those would not fall easily under this definition, which calls for controlled access.
We can check for the usage of that term.
Right. Many of our minor arterials started out as collectors, and over time they were developed that way. And then over time their capacity increased and their classification changed, and they're still functioning. You know, people still need to back out onto those streets or get out onto them. Okay, anything else before? Okay.
Stream, that's not a definition, that's a whole description. And I would suggest that you define what a stream is. So there's a lot of statements in here that are qualifying statements that may be appropriate, but I just don't think they're part of the definition. So I would suggest you define what a stream is. And if there's some very good reason why we have to have more specific language in here, that would be fine. But right now it doesn't seem like all these qualifications and explanations are necessary for a definition.
Okay. Anything else before we move on to page 38? Okay. Page 38.
Yes, Madam Chair. Lines 17 and 18, I just wanted staff to confirm whether there are not some local streets that pass from one subdivision to another, whether there's not that usage of local street. I didn't cross-check against the OSHP, for example, but when talking about the Hillside District Plan, for example, local street means definitely streets that continue from one subdivision to the next. They just don't carry much traffic.
Our understanding of it as we looked at the question is that the street remains in a subdivision and they pass from one subdivision to the next, but it's always in a subdivision. And some of the larger streets are not necessarily within a subdivision or neighborhood, so we think that the definition still works. Acknowledge that you're going to have, in some cases, two subdivisions abutting and a street passing between them, but the street, wherever it is, it's within a subdivision at whatever point the street is at. look at it. We can certainly go back and double check and.
If you could check the three words in a subdivision, see if you can clarify that. I'd ask that to be held.
Okay. Anything else on 38?
Yeah, street topology. On line 21 says, a street classification system established in the comprehensive plan. I would question that. To me, it's a street classification system that augments the functional classification system of streets and relates the street design to adjacent land use and so forth and so on. So I would take out established in the comprehensive plan because that's not really pertinent here, and try and take some of the verbiage out.
Just want to make sure I'm clear. The street typology system, it's established in the LRTP.
That's not.
But your concern is not whether it's established or not. You don't think that it's needed in the definition.
Right. It's not part of the definition. So what it is a street classification system that augments the functional classification system with designations that relate street design to usually land use, development patterns, and the functions of users. That's what it really does.
Okay, no objection.
Okay, we'll hold this one. Anything else on 38? Okay, moving on. 39. Nothing? Great. Oh, Ms. Pease?
I'm on 39.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't have anything on 39.
Okay, Ms. Dean.
Sorry, I'm waiting for my document to come up. The first issue I have is on as-built surveys. The word true is not a good word to use. As-built generally have a stamp on them that say not to be used for determining dimensions, not to be used for construction. There's some big problems with as-builts, generally, in residential. So I'm not sure how you want to word that, but it's not true or actual. I'm not really sure how to word that. And I don't know if the surveyor group here has a better definition, but I know that most as-builts I've seen have those disclaimers on them. And also, on 18 and 19, surveyors are licensed in the state, not registered. Any thoughts on the as-built survey?
We can go back and look at those and come back with revisions for you.
Okay.
Well, the survey as-builts have actual distances on them.
They don't check them. They don't. You should see the disclaimers on them. They're very distinct. Most residential as-builts have very big disclosures or disclaimers on them. You're not to use them for dimensions. So they're actually only supposed to be a financial document just to show the financial company that's financing the property that the house or the piece, building sits on that lot. That's all they should be used for. But the city has continuously used them as surveys and called them surveys when they are not a boundary survey. They do not find the corners. They do not go to the section lines, nothing. They just look for a fence and they decide that that's the property line, which has caused many problems around Anchorage.
She's right.
Well, we don't accept them if they have those disclaimers on there.
Actually, you guys, in building safety, I pull permits all the time with those disclosures, and they accept them all the time to pull a permit.
On the plot plan or on the as-built?
On the as-built, when I build an addition, I have almost always disclaimers to that fact on an addition. If you look at your as-builts, in building safety and when we pull permits for additions.
Okay. Anything further on page 39?
I've got one on substantial improvement, line 20. And I don't really have any, I guess the question here is to make sure that it's consistent with the large retail establishment ordinance, where we saw that and I think this just doesn't address the distinction between interior and exterior improvements, which we found recently is very important.
Okay, so what are you suggesting we do with this?
I just asked that they double check that this matches what the large retail establishment law uses for a definition.
Okay. Is there anything else on 39? Hearing none. We're on 40, and we have about 5 minutes left.
On the tower amateur radio, I used to be one of those, and I don't think this is correct. It's used exclusively by a licensed amateur radio operator, but they don't have licensed radio stations that I know of. It's just the operator. And I guess you can think of this being for, well, self-training is ridiculous. It's training, I guess, communication, and technical investigations, I guess. Anyway, this definition needs to be looked at.
I'm sorry,
This is a tower amateur radio, and I'm focusing on used exclusively by a licensed amateur operator, which is part of a federally licensed amateur radio station. There is no such thing as a federally licensed amateur radio station. There is an operator that's licensed.
Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Mr. Baker.
I move that we extend for 30 minutes till midnight so we can get this thing done.
And Mr. Weddleton second. Is there objection?
Yep.
So we note objection by Mr. Phelps, so we need to use our voting machines on our screen.
Our screens. Yep.
That motion is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 approved with Ms. Dean and Mr. Phelps objecting.
Let me check halfway. Oh.
That's Ms. Yoshimura is absent.
We're so close.
Sorry, guys. Okay. Anything further on page 40?
So we're going to hold tower amateur
Yes.
radio? Okay.
Yes. Okay, page 41.
I just, I guess I did talk to staff about this one on the townhouse style structure, and when we were doing residential design, there was a lot of confusion between townhouse, multifamily, duplex, and so on. A number of those phrases that aren't included here, and I know we had confusion, and at the assembly subcommittee there was confusion. So last I heard was staff was researching these definitions.
Yes, we provided definitions for townhouse-style structure and single-family style structure. Single-family style structure is on page 35, lines 4 through 6. Single-family style structure. Townhouse-style structure is page 41, 4 through 8. The definition, we recommend that this language go forward. These terms, these two terms are basically used primarily a site condominiums where the townhouse is a building with multiple units and it's all on one lot, and so you can't define it as a townhouse. And these are the terms that we are using in the design standards that the commission approved. I don't believe we use the term multifamily style structure. What I can do is go back and look to see if we use the term two-family style structure, but I'm not sure we're using that either. I guess I could offer the addition of an illustration, but single-family style and two-family style structure is two terms that we're using in the design standards that we feel that we need to define.
I think one example where there was confusion is often a townhouse, two-unit townhouse, is typically called, or often called, a duplex. But in the way it's used in code, a duplex would be if one, they're not just side by side, but one's over the other. So I don't know if your definition here would include, I don't think you have a definition here that would include that, where you have a two-unit structure where one is all or partly over another. And then I sure think multifamily ought to be in here somewhere.
The term, the definition does not include duplexes with one unit stacked over the other, and it's definitely not meant to. It's specific to that building type where you have units attached on the side. That's where this is used. The definition, the use type, dwelling, two-family, it's a use type from Chapter 5. It's not defined here, it's a use type. That would cover your duplex where the units are stacked. Dwelling two-family, there's what we can do, we can bring back to you a drawing that we've developed that basically illustrates how all these use types and these structure styles relate to one another. It's basically a matrix with illustrations that we've developed. Bring that back to you and discuss it further.
Yeah, I think that would help. Thank you.
Okay.
There's also single family attached in the new code too, which doesn't show up here. So.
Okay. Anything further on page 41?
Madam Chair. On the definitions of tree deciduous and tree evergreen, I wouldn't use the term leaves, I'd call it foliage, because evergreens generally have needles.
Yes.
So just call it foliage in both cases.
Okay. Anything else on page 41?
I have a question about trail. It seems that the trail is being defined as just for non-motorized transport. I'm not used to that. I'm used for trails being motorized and non-motorized. And so whenever we use the word trail in our code, it means non-motorized?
Yes, I believe so.
Because typically trail does include motorized and non-motorized forms, and we have motorized trails and non-motorized trails.
When we define, when we use the term trail in the code and the development standards, I believe we're always referring to basically the pedestrian trails, the multi-use non-motorized pedestrian trails.
Okay, so that
not
we never have a motorized trail then.
I don't know if we don't have any motorized trail, but I think that the way it's used here in Title 21 is strictly non-motorized.
Okay, well, I just want to be clear about that. So when we use the word trail, it is always for a non-motorized form then?
We'll go back and check that. We'll make sure that that's
okay.
I think there have been special instances where I can think of one where snow machines have been allowed.
That's a motorized trail.
Right, and I think that, I know there have been at least one instance, and it may have had to be a conditional use for another area where they rode them in kind of a congregated area, but we have had some use of motorized trails.
Now, I'm just bringing up for clarification because typically we use the word trail. It's inclusive of motorized and non-motorized forms, and so we need to be sure.
Ms. Pease?
I was just going to say that maybe the definition could say non-motorized unless otherwise specified. The only motorized trails I can think of are within Chugach State Park within the municipality. So,
okay. All right, and then the state would have jurisdiction over those.
Right, we don't make ordinances for those.
No. Anything else on page 41? Moving on, page 42. Boy, it's like being in a marathon, and we're at about mile 20. Or is it, how long is the marathon? 26?
Point 2.
21.2?
26.2.
26.2. Well, we're at mile 25. Okay. Page 42.
Yeah, on utility transmission line where it says usually the voltage is 34.5 kV, usually it's 15. So just check the number. In the utility quarter plan, I think distribution ended at 15.5 kV, but just check.
Well, I'd actually add to that. I had some discussions with staff on that for both the utility distribution line and the transmission line. I believe that's being researched for detail.
Okay.
Yeah, and transmission lines are much greater. Okay, anything else on 42?
Well, just one statement about that definition of voltage. You can go back to utility corridor plan and actually defines it there. That would be the basis for it because that's how you regulate too.
Okay, anything else on 32?
42.
42. It's time for something to eat. Okay, page 43.
Yes, Madam Chair. That first definition, and maybe staff just wants to respond to this later. I wondered if it should say, after line 2, which reads, that would otherwise be prohibited by this chapter, insert comma, when such relief is found compatible with surrounding uses. Staff may find that that's, no, I don't think it's redundant with line 3. Anyway, I'd ask staff for their response on it and would still like it.
Yes. We don't believe it's necessary to add it here. The criteria for variances should address issues like compatibility. We're not stating here what should be the criteria for establishing whether the variance is appropriate. We're simply trying to describe what a variance is.
Okay, I dropped my point then.
Okay.
Actually, a point on that. I'm sorry. I cut you off.
Excuse me?
I cut you off? Sorry. I didn't.
No, I was just asking if there was anything else, since she dropped the issue, is there anything else on 43?
Well, it says prohibited by this chapter. No, that's right. Or would you do chapter or title? Title 21. You say prohibited by this title.
I think you're right. It should be title.
Yes, because title's broader, and it would capture more. Okay. Anything else on 43? Hearing nothing, I'm turning the page to 44.
I'll jump on you, Madam Chair.
Okay.
I'd ask staff's clarification or verification on water body. Lines 7 and 8 tie the water body.
Did you see the change?
Yes. Let me double check, see if I saw it. I think my concern was not addressed. My concern was with regard to the size being tied to nesting waterfowl. If the purpose of a water body is in part to maintain wildlife habitat, then a smaller water body can serve as a watering hole. So I'm not sure why it's tied to nesting waterfowl as opposed to other beneficial wildlife functions. I would ask staff to give us further explanation or documentation on why that's the best benefit to use. And my final one, 935. I think muttons is probably something like muntins, but I didn't look it up in the dictionary.
Where's that? Yes, it's either muntins or millions. It's not muttons. We can double check that.
Millions is sounding familiar. It's a familiar word. I don't know what it means, but I've heard millions.
It's probably one of the two. They're both architectural terms.
Right.
That's all I have.
Okay. Anything else on 44?
Yeah. Water body, I think you want to say on the first one, 4, any area of more than a permanent mold surface measured at ordinary high water. I think that's what you're trying to say, is that it's measured at a particular location, which is ordinary high water. Okay, so put the word measured at, okay, in there. And I would agree with Ms. Pete's remark about why is it tied to waterfowl nesting. I don't think that would be the proper way of thinking of it. On water dependent and water related, I would suggest you go back, since you're taking actually from the OAC, Alaska Administrative Code, and use the language that's actually inside that section of OAC. They're a little bit off, and you might as well make it work essentially the same way as it tended to be worked inside the code. I'll give you the references on that if you want. Just take a look at them.
I'd appreciate that.
Okay.
Okay. Anything further on 44? No. Page 45. No?
This is for fresh water.
Okay, what about our addendum? Did we address all of the things?
Not everything.
Okay.
Let's go to page 18. The first one, ground floor wall area.
Gentlemen, I can't hear. Page 18. We're on the addendum now.
They shouldn't.
Yeah.
We may be doing it differently, but it's always defined that way. Practicing. Yeah. It's
Gentlemen,
statutorily defined that way.
we still have some more work to do.
Okay, on page 18, if you look at the addendum E1, the first one, ground floor wall area, apparently they've changed the 12 feet to 10 feet, so I guess that maybe needs to be re-looked at.
And the first floor was changed to ground floor.
Yeah.
Right.
So I'm going to put that on hold.
Okay.
If you go to page 19, under hard surfaced, we need to add the definition that you provided on E1, if that's satisfactory.
Okay, is there any objections to that definition being added? Apparently not.
Okay, page 21,
Okay.
land disturbing activity. It looks like there's two very different definitions. One's a lot shorter on E1. We need to decide which one we're going to use. We already put the one
On hold
anyway, so that needs to be sorted out. And then page 25, mixed use. There seems to be two different definitions there. I know that Ms. Pease did some wordsmithing on the one that's on page 25, but then the wording on E1 is different also.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I thought we looked at the one on the addenda and with the word change I made, accepted it.
I was looking at the one on page 25. I wasn't. So which one do you want to go with?
Yeah, I was say I thought we agreed on the one on the addendum, but if you have not yet looked at it and need to see it again with the word change we agreed to, that's fine. You just need to know how to mark it, if we accepted it or not.
We did accept it
Okay.
with the addition of the word facilitate.
Facilitate. Okay,
Yeah.
and that's the one off of E1.
Yes.
Okay,
Okay.
that's it.
And that's it.
Right.
Okay, and then we already addressed
The other one.
the other ones, the one on Architectural Bay and amortization.
So what are we doing with this land disturbing activity? Did we accept this change?
There's two very...
It's on hold,
It's on hold. There's two very different...
two very different ones.
So staff would recommend, our recommendation basically, I should have caught this when we were discussing land disturbing activity, and the concern raised by the commissioner was the clear cutting of trees in the second sentence. Resolve whether, the concern is, have staff resolve whether it's part of the definition or delete this sentence if it is a standard. And what staff has done, and I should have caught it while we were talking about, is we basically resolved the issue previously. We deleted the sentence and would recommend deleting it. Other than that, I don't know what further we would do for you on that. And then secondly, on ground floor wall area, the first item on the amendments, that is our recommendation. And changing the word first floor to ground floor, and then the 10 feet is shown. That's our recommendation. Unless you have further direction for us on that, that's probably what we'll just end up coming back to you with.
And that's fine, and we'll take action with whatever the commission decides. Mr. Phelps? Before it gets too late, we need to come out of the committee of the whole, unless there's something more we want to do in the committee of the whole. Okay, a motion.
So moved.
Thank you, Mr. Weddleton, and seconded by Mr. Frederick. Is there any objection to coming out of the committee of the whole? Okay, hearing none, we are out of the committee of the whole, and now it would be my desire that we have a motion to approve everything that we did not put on hold for further review.
And then do we want to actually list each item that's put on hold, or do we trust that somebody's caught them all?
Our secretary will be double checking, she says.
Okay.
I have, did you clear out my cue from the earlier motion? This was we had the motion to come out of the committee of the whole. A new motion. So, Mr. Frederick, did you make the motion to approve?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and seconded by Mr. Weddleton. Mr. Frederick.
In the case of 2000 7-153, Chapter 21, Point 14, Rules of Construction and Definition, I move that we accept all of the items in that section that we did not put on hold for later review.
Okay,
I believe that's 2009-153.
Think?
I think.
Even though it says 2007 on this.
It does say 2000.
But it says 2009 on E1.
It might be 2007, though, doesn't it?
Well,
When did we
on
start?
our agenda, it says 2007-153. What is it, Mr. Davis?
It's 2007.
Okay.
Okay, it's 2007.
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
We've been working at this a long time. Would you care to speak to your motion?
No.
No. Ms. Pease, apparently.
I just wanted to be very clear on the record that we accepted those items that we didn't put on hold. We accepted them as amended.
As
As
amended.
amended in discussion in the
Yes.
committee of the whole.
Thank you, Ms. Pease. Any further discussion? Is there any objection? Hearing none, that is approved. And we will expect to see those items that were put on hold again. This is a red letter day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are done with Title 21, except for the items we put on hold.
Move to adjourn.
Do I see smiles?
I think there's holdover issues.
There's what?
Holdover issues.
Of course there are holdover issues, but before we adjourn, I have a couple of announcements to make. Those of you that are up for reappointment, the appointments are moving slowly because there are so many people to appoint. I have talked to the mayor's office, but don't worry, just keep coming to meetings. You can serve for up to 90 days without being reappointed, so no worries. Just we will expect you same time, same place every Monday night. No vacation. Also, I wanted to let you know I've been invited to participate in a meeting with the governor and a staff person this week and others dealing with the subject of the Knickarm Crossing. The policy committee has voted to revisit the issue again, and it will be coming back to us for a hearing again. And so, no sighing. We will be hearing it again and dealing with it. My role at this meeting with the governor and his staff person is not to speak for or against. It's merely to present them with the resolution of our last action and to explain the Planning Commission's role as functioning as a citizen advisory committee to AMATS and the relationship between land use and transportation planning in Anchorage, the end. And I will report on that at our next meeting. Any commissioner comments? I don't see any. A motion to adjourn would be in order. And I need a happy second. Looks like Mr. Isham is in the queue there. Any objections? Hearing none, we barely made it under the charter. Oh, yes. Well, I heard Mr. Morrison before I saw Mr. Isham. So, fix it. And we're adjourned.